LG OLED. Unleash the power of next-generation performance. Get geared up for victory with LG Ultra Gear gaming displays.
Hello, welcome to LPL Pro CSGO for yet another week. It is week 2. We kicked things off last week with a bit of a banger. Pilski is back again with me. We replaced better Mitch Pilski with you, so it's good to have you back.
Yeah, thanks for that. Really makes me feel great. In terms of the Mitch hierarchy, look, I'm trying to climb up the ladder of casters named Mitch, but they just seem to keep pumping them out, and they all just very, very quickly move ahead of me, and just gets longer and longer the list, I suppose.
Yeah, look, Pilski, I know there's a lot of things you should be doing at the moment, but one of them is potentially thinking about upgrading your internet. If you do that, do check over to Orcon Fiber. You can potentially get yourself some Razer gaming stuff, a package worth over $1,000, $1,022 to be exact, if you sign up for an 18-month plan. So !Orcon in the chat. If you're interested, Pilski, I know you are. It is, of course, for New Zealanders only, though, so that is something to keep in mind. Let's touch on how things are shaping up for LPL Pro this season. You should be fairly familiar with this if you were here last week. If you're new, double elim bracket is where we are at the moment for Stage 1. We've got 8 teams competing, looking for 4 spots into Stage 2, and from there, they will join the 4 invited teams. And obviously, from that double elim bracket, we're heading into Stage 3 for the playoffs, Pilski. So things are getting a little bit deeper into the bracket today, and we know that there are some elimination games coming up pretty soon. And unfortunately, for those teams that do get knocked out, they will be missing out on some of the monetary compensation for the tournament. The prize pool I'm talking about, a pretty big one.
Yeah, usually when you take your leave, you know, you'd be hoping to get some monetary compensation, but in this tournament, unfortunately, you gotta get those big placements. You gotta get into that 3rd stage, into the playoffs, to be earning yourself some money, and most likely you gotta be coming first if you want a decent chunk of change, and that's gonna take some pretty big performances. I think there's a couple of teams, honestly, that could probably try to vie for that first spot and get their hands on that first place prize. It could be pretty tight in that top 4.
Indeed. Let's take a little bit of a trip down memory lane, though, Pilski, and check out what happened last Wednesday in our second show of the season. We did get to catch up with Deadweight and Bandits. I know this was the one that I was covering with Conky, but it was a pretty crazy first series. We thought Deadweight was going to just walk away with the win here. They got off to a 16-3 victory on the first map, which was Dust 2, and it kind of just looked like they were utterly decimating Bandits at every step of the way. You know, there was just absolute madness happening in that first map, but then a bit of a grindier game there on the second and third maps, and Bandits actually ultimately walked away with the win in the series. It was quite a long 3-mapper, which was a bit of a surprise after the way things started off, but, you know, I mean, Bandits obviously putting together a pretty good performance, and it's kind of nice to see.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we've seen like some of these Bandits mixed teams do some decent damage, or, you know, take a fair few rounds in some of the other domestic leagues. So see them get themselves another win on the board is not too bad, even if it is with a bit of a different roster to what we've been used to seeing from them previously. As for Deadweight, haven't got a chance to lay eyes on them, but, you know, they still are alive in the tournament. They still have chances to try to make that redemption arc and, you know, get themselves a spot in towards that next stage.
Yeah, indeed. I was particularly impressed with the resilience that they did show to come back into that one. But Dynasty and 1620 Kings, another one that was potentially up in the air. I mean, we've seen some pretty good stuff from Dynasty in previous seasons. You've got some solid players on that roster, but it really did look like 1620 Kings was operating on another level. And actually, interestingly, we are sort of going to be talking about 1620 Kings a little bit tonight, because they are one of the matches that we will be taking a look at. So, I mean, I'm quite interested to sort of see how the development of this roster continues. I think they've got some pretty interesting players, some good players on the roster, and I think the ecosystem around 1620 Kings is looking pretty good. They've been playing a lot of Counter-Strike, Pilski, and they've been really working hard.
Yeah, I haven't got a chance to actually watch the boys play just yet, but even going back to, you know, the first tournament that we covered at the start of the year, I was looking at some of the other teams that were participating in that, and I'm seeing that, 1620 Kings was taking victories over them, or taking or playing against a lot of them. So it's pretty clear, like you said, that they've got a lot of reps under their belt. That's a great 2-0 to kick off the season, to take out Dynasty like that. And now, look, this is going to be a bit of a more difficult test if they want to try to take out DGG in this upper bracket and just qualify themselves nice and early. But I'm keen to see if they can give it a crack.
Yeah, indeed, for Dynasty and Kanga, a pretty important one down in that lower bracket. We'll be catching up with that a little bit later on in the week. Let's jump over to Pool B and see how those games are shaping up as well. Mati Gamey with that 2-0 win over Sanguine to basically start the tournament off, put themselves into the upper bracket final against Bandits. Winner of that obviously qualifies through to stage 2. Sanguine and Deadweight both find themselves down in the lower bracket, and another tough sort of game for both of those two teams, given that it is an elimination match.
Yeah, for sure. I think, we've gotten to see between the two of us a bunch of these teams play. And I honestly think that in Pool B, a lot of these games could have gone either which way. It really just depends on which team has been putting in a little bit more effort, who's the form team or not. I think we got a bit of a misrepresentation of the initial game in this season from what Sanguine was showing us. And now we've seen them add Sweden. They look like a whole different team. So we'll get a bit of a sense for how they're going to be going in that lower bracket as well.
Well, let's take a look at the matches that we've got for ourselves this evening. Pilski, as mentioned, 1620 Kings. It'll be nice to catch up with them after they had a pretty decent week last week. Going up against DGG as well. And, I think at this point last week, we were not too sure what we were going to get from DGG. We hadn't gotten to watch a lot of their games. Now I feel like I have a bit of a better understanding about what they're going to bring to the table. And I think potentially that could be quite an interesting game. I mean, 1620 Kings have been on a pretty decent run of form. DGG, it still looks like are kind of finding their feet. So we'll see what we get from game 1 of tonight. And then Sanguine and Deadweight as well, that elimination match. Feels that's going to be an important one for both of those two teams. Is there one of these two games that you're particularly looking forward to?
I think they both should be good. I think the thing that I'm looking forward to most is just watching some of these teams that I haven't got a chance to watch yet, like 1620 Kings and Deadweight in particular. It's going to be good to get eyes on them because we've already seen a fair bit of Sanguine and DGG both here in LPL and as well as some other leagues that we've been keeping our eye on.
All right, let's take a look at the 1620 Kings lineup and see how they're shaping up for today. Obviously, with that 2-0 victory over Dynasty, we have a little bit to look at when it comes to the LPL CS side of things. And I thought, for me in particular, Cookie and Nor were probably the two takeaways that, really did sort of lead from the front. But it was a bit of an across-the-board performance from 1620 Kings, which I kind of liked. There was no one really that was lagging behind or anything like that. You didn't get the sense that any individual in particular needed to do anything absolutely crazy. So yeah, really nice to see from 1620 Kings, and I am quite keen to sort of continue to follow their progression.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, at least for, Cookie, who's kind of, at least statistically looking over their last couple of games, been the standout player. He's a bit of like an old school player. I think he was competing like maybe even like 10 years ago or something like that in various games and things like that. So he's been around for quite a long time, and he's going to bring a lot of experience to that team.
Yeah, I think that's something that we probably can say for all 5 of the members on this DGG roster. Maybe not 10 years,
not 10 years
for
no.
all of them. But they have definitely been around for a while now. A good 2 or 3 years really at the top end of the competition for a couple of them. And then a few of them, maybe coming through a little bit more recently. But you do have a lot of experience in this roster, a lot of good, solid individuals. And I think they've got a good mix of players. Hopefully we're going to get to see them reach some pretty high highs, as seems to have been the expectation for them.
I've seen an excellent game from them, and then I've seen an average game from them, and they've won both of them. So I think, look, the base level of this team is already good enough to probably win this series on the face of it. And I think they've got a ceiling even above that is going to make them extremely difficult to play against if they hit their form.
Well, let's talk individuals. Let's talk key players for this one, Pilski. We have gone with the Orpers for this matchup, and I think for 2 different reasons, in a way. I mean, Cookie definitely looked solid last week when we got to watch 1620 Kings going up against Dynasty. As you mentioned, he probably was the standout of the roster. He had that big eco round where he was hero AWPing and basically won that one for 1620 Kings, and that ultimately led on to them winning the map. Last night, we were watching DGG in another competition as well, and Zeph, he had a bit of a slower start to that series, but started to get it rolling in that second map. And I think Zeph, when he is going with the AWP, he's always going to be a dangerous player, a big factor for that team. So these two players, definitely a couple of big ones to watch.
Yeah, for sure. I think Zeph definitely wasn't in his top level of form yesterday. And if he's able to just go even a step above that, we know he's capable. We know he's able to take over a game if he's feeling like it. I'm really interested to see Cookie with his hands on the AWP. Haven't got a chance to watch his team just yet, but I know just how long he's been around and how much experience he has. And, a couple of these other lads have been putting in some decent performances lately. I mean, it's even looking at the end of last year in some of the other leagues, and this team didn't do too badly for themselves, at least the core of it before changes.
All right, well, let's talk maps here as well, Pilski. I know that there is a bit of overlap when it comes to these two teams. A little bit surprising, I guess, that, or maybe a little bit disappointing, really, more so in the case for DGG, that they can't get their Mirage through. I know that's been a go-to for them. I mean, Inferno, definitely a map that both teams are quite happy to go onto. But I, to be honest, wasn't really expecting Vertigo and Ancient. I thought maybe Nuke might be finding its way into this series. Doesn't look like 1620 Kings is too interested on that one. And I guess the methodology here from 1620 Kings maybe is that DGG is still a relatively new team. Let's try to get them onto the outskirts of the map pool. Let's try to go to Vertigo. Let's try to go to Ancient. Cause them to struggle it a little bit on these more extreme maps and see if we can get ourselves a win that way.
Yeah, I like the approach. I don't think that you're going to go straight down the middle of the map pool and outskill DGG too easily for the most part. So I really don't mind a pick on Vertigo. Just have a look through DGG's maps to see if they've actually even really played that.
Doesn't look like
they've only played
seven
maps. So they're going to be playing 2 of these maps for the first time in officials. As for Inferno, I mean, they've got a 100% win rate on it of just the one game, which they picked, I think, against Sanguine. They're more used to the middle of the map pool. They don't mind playing a nuke or anything like that as well, but that's obviously got banned out in the second phase. So it feels like, 1620 pings, they want to go a little bit wider on the map pool, and we'll see, like I said, this core's been around for a couple of months, at least going back to last year. We'll see if they do have the depth and they do have what they need, the reps in on some of those maps, at least in the practice. Because we know at least the players on 1620 Kings are familiar with all of these maps. They played in various other teams that have played some of these maps. So, it's not like they're going to be super out of their depth or anything, especially not on an individual basis, but it's more just a case of the smaller details that you might be able to exploit a bit.
Well, looks like we're getting underway fairly shortly. Script getting in a bit of a snack before the game starts. Love to see that. Some potassium, some energy. Good healthy snack there as well, Puski. I myself have actually opted for the Sultanas before the start of today's broadcast. So we'll keep you up to date on how that's going. Where are you sort of sitting for this one? I'm sure I have a bit of an idea, but I'd love to hear what you think about which direction this one is going to be headed.
I think, look, it should go to DGG. I'd say that they should get it done in 2, but we'll see what 1620 Kings has on their interesting map pick, first of all.
Indeed, and that's where we're going to head. We're going on to Vertigo to start off the day. It is the map choice of 1620 Kings, and I like what they've been able to put together with this roster, and I also like the veto that they've put together in this series against DGG. So I'm not going to go ahead and say that I think it's going to be an outright win for 1620 Kings, but I think DGG has looked a little bit susceptible over the last couple of weeks. If they're not performing at their peak, if the individuals aren't firing, if it's a slow start to the series, I do actually think 1620 Kings can really contest in this one. I think maybe 1620 Kings is a little bit underrated. Maybe I'm getting a little bit too excited after watching them have a pretty good series last week. But that's all going to be proven correct or incorrect as we jump into map 1 here. And DGG will start off on the CT side.
Yeah, so that's going to be their comfort pick going into their opponent's map pick. Looking like no sets of util. Wombat leaves Swarm with $800 in the bank account, so that might help him with some force buying later or an AWP purchase. Walk into middle onto that line. It seemed like there was going to be a duel over there earlier on as the CTs wanted to take control of the ladder room, and they've done a reasonable job of that, just playing off of each other and finding that first man advantage.
Yeah, good stuff from Versa. Would love to see him get fired up into the series today. I think for me, the two that I really want to see a big game from tonight, probably Versa and Zeph. Obviously, Zeph for the aforementioned reasons, the AWPer, guy that can just take the game away from you, and Versa, a little bit of a slower night last night as well, but we know what he has in him. I think he's a very exciting player to watch as well. So, good start there from Versa. 2 kills already. Does go down, but you take a 2-for-1 trade every day of the week. He's done his job, and now it's up to the rest of the lads.
Yeah, gonna flash their way outstairs here and just actually pick up the pace. That is a blinder of a shot from Mizzy. Able to take one of them out of the equation before the T's can even get on this B bomb site, and they're getting stalled at the stairs.
Yeah, 16-20 Kings. Not a whole lot to work with anymore. Just the 2 players. They do have a smoke and a flash, though, so maybe there's a world where they can just find a kill or 2 over towards A, pop a smoke down, get the bomb plant, try to play out the 2-on-3.
They start creeping up ramp in towards Scaff side. They just have that 1 smoke, so they can't full wall of smoke across the site. You can see it's just Wombat playing retake over here for the time being.
Or Wombat. He's just keeping his head down, and looks like he's going to try and find the timing here. Nor wasn't quite in position to deal with it. Out in no man's land. Has at least allowed the bomb plant to go down. Cheeseball, though, can't hit any shots with that block, and so it will ultimately be a bit of an anti-climax in the pistol round. But DGG get off to a decent enough start, and they'll be happy to take that pistol under their belt and then run off with the extra money.
See how the boys on 16-20 Kings respond. They did get that bomb plant. It's going to shore up the money a little bit. Could get some drops over or something like that. And indeed, you see already the buy up there. AK purchase for Cheeseball. Might just be the singular hero AK thrown over to Cookie to do some economic damage. The rest of the boys investing in some deeks. Over on DGG, you've got all the A1Ss, so they are taking this force buy not lightly. They are really trying to back themselves with the firepower. Take these duels with the A1Ss nice and early on.
Well, a lot of importance on that AK that Cookie has in his hands. A lot of pressure on his shoulders heading into this round. He's obviously been given the job. See what he's going to be able to do with it so far. Gump. Oh, what?
Beautiful. Just perfect use of the pixel gap there. Finding Cookie in the corner. And yeah, I don't think Forevan's going to be able to get that AK.
Wow, that's big brain from Mr. Gump. And I'd say you're probably right here, Pilski. Given a chance at a bit of an aim duel there, but Gump is a little bit too good, and so it is just the 1 gun going down for DGG. 16-20 Kings, not able to make that slow gameplay work.
4 guns up. It's exactly what you want from DGG. As for 16-20, I mean, you got 2 players that are a little bit lower in terms of the cash, but they're going to invest anyway. 4 going head armor on Cheeseball and Cookie, so they could definitely get punished by these A1Ss if they get dinked. Initial smokes go back and forth between the CT and the T side. T's potentially trying to use that as a lurk smoke for scaffold, but does seem like for the time being they just want to sit back behind the forklift and wait out the util.
Gump not able to get away with it twice. This time Cookie gets his revenge. Bit of a different looking aim duel, of course, but similar position for Gump. And now it's up to Zeph to try to take a bit of control of ramp. Has pushed down, but with that smoke fading, he's not too keen to stick around.
Sees Cookie on the jump spot. See 16-20, very slow pace style, very methodical. Trying to make their way up ramp and scaffold. Now they've lost Nora on the other side of the map, but more than enough util to kick off a bit of an exi over here. That's the last Molotov going over towards Sandbag, and it doesn't even clear it.
Zeph doesn't look to be under any pressure here at all. In fact, CT smokes are going to come out. Versus going to win himself an aim duel with a FAMAS at range. 16-20 Kings dropping players here and there. And with only 20 seconds left to get into this bomb site, now they're going to have to pick that pace up. They really need to get a wriggle on. They're getting flanked as well by Mizzy, who's coming up the ramp behind them. And you have to imagine with all of those pieces being put together, that ultimately amounts to a round win for DGG. Let's see what 16-20 Kings has to say about it. Actually down to a one-on-one, but 3 seconds. Versa, he just has to hide, and Cookie knows it. It's a round win for DGG. Versa, ooh, just got the AK.
Both teams just
putting
putting so much into that round. They're both going to be very, very broke. Just one player surviving at the end of the round. So, Ring Investment's going to come out now. Zeph's on the AWP. Got a whole bunch of the boys on the rifles with good util. And actually, 1620 Kings not going to reinvest after that. No bomb plant. Definitely hurts the bank account a little bit. They're just going to go back down to the Deagles. And with how fragile the money is right now for DGG, every kill that these Deagles are able to get is going to have a big impact on the next couple of rounds. Very necessary for 1620 Kings to start putting this comeback together.
Yeah, they've got that hero AK behind it as well, the one that got saved through by Cookie. He's going to really want to try and get involved in the round early on in the piece, and to an extent he has, but not for the right reasons. Already having dropped your Wombat, playing off the contact of Versa and doing it to perfection. Has 3 in the bag already. Mizzy and Zeph also chiming in, and I have to say, this is a scary-looking DGG at the moment. They're definitely looking like they're out here to play. I'm not getting the same vibes that I did yesterday evening.
Feels like they're winning all the duels, kind of outskilling 1620 a little bit. Who are back on another bye. Won't count them out just yet. Their map pick. That's a great nade to kick things off. Script already down to 70. Means his one-shot potential with the A1Ss. DGG with full control of the stairs here. Feeling quite comfortable. He's also got Wombat pretty deep on Scaffold on the other side of the map, but that's a great opener from Mizzy.
Seems to be a bit of a recurring theme. DGG and finding opening frags. Done a bit of damage to Forvent and Script as well, so 1620 Kings looking a bit worse for wear. Gump is wary of the danger that's lurking on ramp. He'll just back his way up.
Very slow pace from this T side. Haven't seen any tempo changes at all just yet. But I think this round's definitely going to come down to these duels over Scaffold and ramp initially.
Bit of a recontest for control here from DGG, and they might just have found the timing. Forvin, he was waiting for it. In the end, Gump is going to hang around, and he's going to fall as well. Now it starts to shift back in the direction of 1620 Kings. Zeph hits a nice shot. Versa is the one that has to stand tall, though, and he does. A double kill. Cookie and Cheeseball out of the picture, and Forvin, for all the hard work he's done to get 1620 Kings back into this round, his teammates not able to follow suit. And inevitably he'll fall. So it's definitely starting to come together for DGG now. 5-0. Guns are being retained in these gun rounds as well. So money flowing back into their pockets.
In this half buyout, this would be a good opportunity for 1620 Kings to show us a bit of a pace change. It's been all kind of one note so far since the start of this T half. And it seems like what we're going to get, quick flashes straight up the ramp side. Zeph under a lot of pressure right now, and Gump only goes 1 for 1. That's an A1S on the deck.
It is. Still a bit more chip damage being put over to 1620 Kings, and the util coming down from DGG keeps them at bay for now. There's no need for 1620 Kings to continue to push into the A bomb site right here, though. Got a minute and 20 left on the clock. They have the whole map to play with. Go exploring if they want.
It's a good dink. A lot of damage onto Zeph. Not really seeing the util being invested before these players are taking some duels. You've got the deep smoke in towards con side, and it seems like DGG just going to fight in front of it.
Nor's making a lot of noise. Your Wombat has to turn away from the flash. Didn't even spot Nor, or maybe didn't hear him on the way in either. It's actually a decent amount of control. Like, they've been taken here by 1620 Kings, and they had a chance. They really had an opportunity there, but it is not taken grasp of with both hands. Cheeseball runs out of bullets in the rifle. Has to pull out the Tech 9, but Versa's not really missing a beat tonight, is he? 9-1, I think.
You see similar score lines from most of the blokes on DGG right now. They're just winning all of their duels, having no real issues putting rounds on the board. I'm not minding the way that 16-20 Kings are playing. It's very slow and methodical, dotting their R's and crossing their T's. But they need something different. They want to start putting a round on the board. They've had their opportunities. They've been finding picks and favorable scenarios, but just not converting on any of them.
That's the idea here from Gump. Maintain his position inside the smoke, wait for the opportunity to strike. And I dare say that Gump's positioning throughout this half has been a real thorn in the side of 16-20 Kings. They have been able to deal with him reasonably effectively. I mean, in this instance, a 1-for-1, it's not so bad, but always in the back of their minds, they're going to have to worry about, where is Gump? What's he doing? Pushing down the ramp? Is he in scaffold? He's been quite mobile, quite aggressive on the A side of the map.
So to get the shift from 16-20 Kings over towards B. They've got script on this advanced mid position. Cheeseball and Cookie waiting for the timing to creep up that stairs area. Versa drops the molly and starts to shift into a safer spot where he can play retake on the site.
In control. At least attempted here by Script, and your Wombat just not quite quick enough on that flick. He's going to leave it on to Versa, who's been a bit of a rock so far for DGG. He'll have to do it again. Rotation is coming across from Zeph. Nice flash in. Allows Versa the opportunity to peek, but goes straight into that smoke, and now it's on to Versa. Or rather, on to Zeph after Versa falls. Cookie with an AWP in hand makes it look pretty good, and 16-20 Kings get their first round on the board.
Yeah, finally took advantage of one of these strong positions they put themselves in. And Cookie just textbook post-plan AWPing. Posting up, playing contact for the rifle to swing. Was never even needed. Money's looking a little shakier now for DGG. A good opportunity for 16-20 Kings to actually start to chip into this half. This will be a big round for them to win.
Oh, Forbin, he's not having a good time there, and the nade's going to land right on top of his head as well. Zeph, in the meanwhile, just takes another pretty aggressive peek down ramp and gets himself a nice one.
Man, disadvantage and busy. Definitely been one of the more aggressive players on DGG. Maybe over-aggressive in that 5-on-4. Evening things up for 16-20 Kings, who are now going to make their way in towards scaffolding. Gump a little bit too switched on, though. Avoids the flash nicely. Able to maintain that man advantage that DGG started with. So where did the T's go from here? They've lost script in middle yet again. So it's going to be on Nor and Cookie to just try to make something happen over towards ramp side.
Oh, good as he has been, I don't know about this one. Your Wombat on a bit of an off angle, expecting the push to come. He's got Gump protecting him on one side. Not for long though. Has to turn his attention away, and that will actually allow Cookie to start to make some progression in toward the bomb site. Rotation is starting to come across though from the CT side, and he's going to gamble on a bomb plant. No scope through the smoke, won't connect for Zeph, and Cookie actually does onto your Wombat. Ends up being a reasonably costly round for the CT side, but DGG still managed to bring one back.
Yeah, it is very costly though. Like, they've lost a lot of guns on the tail end of that round. They can maintain a double AWP if that's what they want, but it seemed like Versa preferred the rifle there. 16-20 Kings, on the other hand, they have so much loss bonus built up, plus the bomb plant. They're going to have no issues putting yet another buy together, and they're keeping that economic pressure on, which keeps the window open for them to reset that CT money and then start to stack some rounds on.
No, that's not going to make it very easy to do, Pilsy. Double kill from Zeph. He's having a great night so far. Cheeseball actually managing to win that duel against Smizzy. Well done. Sacrifices a bit of HP to do so. And it is, of course, still a numbers disadvantage for 16-20 Kings. So, fair bit to work on in this round. And I don't know that Script is going to get away with this. Versa. Oh, he spotted him.
He's been having absolutely no luck in middle. He's been getting railed every round. I think he was able to slip through. I think the one round he was able to slip through was when that 2-on-2 post plant was converted. Does not feel like DGG are having any issues defending middle this game.
Nope. Forvin has been having a degree of success over the A-bomb site, pushing his way up scaffolding. He's been getting a couple of entries here and there. You sort of just need the rest of the lads to come together and have some similar successes. Gump gets the bink in, but not able to get the kills. So now we're down to a 1-on-2. Where's the bomb? It's in mid.
Yeah, it's in mid. It was dropped by Versa. So it's a bit of a formality at this point. It's about damage, and he's done a good job doing some damage there. Like, he's going to hold on to the AK. He's got $700 in the bank with the incendiary, so that's enough for smoke, flash. You're getting your AK armor. The rest of the boys are on full loss bonus, can probably put a buy together. So, again, broken record, Jordan, but the chance is still there for a reset. Still looming. They just need to take advantage of it.
Couple of clicks in the chat. Was expecting maybe a pause to come out there, but looks like we're all good. Back to 5 rifles for 16-20 Kings, and in a way that's a little disappointing. I know that they didn't really have the money for the AWP, but Cookie has looked pretty threatening with it in hand. I like to see that as often as possible. Man, Zeph is playing a dangerous game right now, but he backs himself, and I'd say that's why. Oh! Around a little bit too long, and your Wombat also loses a duel over by scaffolding. All of a sudden, 16-20 Kings, they strike in the round. Give themselves every opportunity to put one more on the board. As you mentioned, money's still a factor here, and DGG don't have a huge amount of it.
Like in the reroute from 16-20 Kings, you got Cookie just facing that A side of the map. In the meanwhile, 16-20 Kings reroute, they get scripted back on this mid line to control the rotation, start to explore B, keeping their options open, making sure that they can try to 100% this round rather than rushing things too much. Izzy has got a decent timing over here towards the B site though.
See what he can do. He needs to win this duel against Cookie. Has to happen, but his gun barrel's been spotted. And he wasn't even looking in the right direction anyway. Bomb, though, has been dropped by Versa. And, oh, dear. That was a bit too close for comfort. But 16-20 Kings, they get another one up. So 2 on the board. Where's the money sitting at the moment for DGG? Not really good enough to afford a buy. Big double eco for some, so it looks like they're going to force in.
See what they're going to be able to do with less scary guns than their opponents. Just the Deags. Got a lot of sharp members on DGG that can make a Deagle sing though. So we won't count them out too much, but this is what I was saying about the reset potential of 16-20 Kings. Just that one round. Big round to get after all the economic pressure they've been inflicting. If they can win this one, force the eco out, all of a sudden you're putting together a bit more of a respectable half. Getting the creep up scaffold now, Wombat up on the boost angle. If he can get himself a bit of a freebie before this round kicks off too much.
Well, Molotov is going to force that boost to be cancelled. Versa with that M4 is still hanging about over toward B. So he's not going to be a factor into this round. As of yet, Mizzy remains unchecked. The flash comes through. He gets a bit of damage done, but not able to find a kill. And now he doesn't have as much room to work with. His position is known. 16-20 Kings are making their way back out of a ramp. Having killed Versa already, they're into B. Or at least they hope to be into B. You know that they've taken the weapon out of the picture at the very least, so one danger is gone. And Gump not landing his shots yet with that Deagle. Means that the B side is cracked open without too much discussion.
Oh. Could have seen that hit in the head for Mizzy. It's about all that Cheeseball was showing, I think, on that angle. So not sure how that shot's gone awry, but after all said and done, 16-20 Kings, 5 alive there. They've reset the money on DGG. It's a chance to get a fourth for themselves in the anti-eco, and then anything more than that, and they're starting to kind of rise from the grave at this point. They were dead in the water earlier on. Not getting anything done in this half. Not capitalizing on any of the opportunities that they were taking, but it's looking a little better now. Cute little mid-stack from DGG. I don't think Script is going to be exploring that area anytime soon. He hasn't been having great success there on the gun rounds.
Yeah, it might be in towards B that 16-20 Kings does head. Oh, I don't know, Pilski.
That's good, Nate.
He's heard you. He wasn't going to throw it.
Oh, no,
Oh.
it's
Not a good nade. Oh, no.
He knows he shouldn't.
Does he, though?
It's like Nox when he's being naughty. He's just kind of meandering around. He wants to do it,
He does.
but he's not quite doing it yet.
You just feel like he's going to, though. Oh, no. Here we go. He's walking into it. Good quick flick, but does he expect two more guys standing up on the box? Well, he's seen Gump. But does he expect another one after that? Does he expect Wombat also in mid? Surely he doesn't get away with this. Well, looks like he might. Nice shots coming through from Script, but he's starting to run short on bullets, and inevitably one too many CTs is there.
Really
so
chasing
AK in the hands of Wombat.
He's really chasing the eco frags there. Like, there's just no reason to keep fighting that. Could have just fell straight back into mid and just laughed the night away. Only one gun loss though for 16-20 Kings, who coming off the back of some clean rounds and full loss bonus, which is now starting to be diminished. Don't really care too much about one gun.
That's true. Well, what is going to be the response from DGG? They've got their buy sorted out. Zeph has to go glass cannon. Doesn't have much util to play with either. But I'd back him with the AWP. See whether it's the right decision or not in just a moment.
Oh,
Well,
the circle jump from Script. You thought that was going to be good enough to throw him off, but unfortunately, man, disadvantage situation now for 16-20 Kings, who are going to throw that prog smoke into middle. Maybe kick off this B split.
Zeph. He's spotted Cookie out, man. He looks so good at the moment, doesn't he, with that AWP? He's always in the right position at the right time. He's rarely missing his shots. He looks to double down here as well. Continues to take that challenge. I'm not sure how he hasn't actually killed Forbin there. But of course, Zeph is here, and he has just had an absolutely stellar round. I love this little reaction there on the player cam. I don't know if we've got a replay of that, but he gave it a little bit of a ooh moment. Right after he got this kill, his face went into an O shape. With good reason.
Well, 2 rounds left in it. Both teams have, you know, some players with decent money, some players not so much. Get this progression molly out of 16-20 Kings again, just playing this slower pace style, taking their time, moving through the map, different boosts from DGG. Trying to find the opening pick if they've been given it, but 16-20 Kings have been nothing if not disciplined. Clearing out all of the angles.
Once again. Boost is cancelled by DGG. This round right here can be a big difference maker in the entire half. You're one back down to that spam. But if DGG win this one, you know, they can definitely push for 11, 16, 20 Kings win this one. Money is going to be a bit awkward again for DGG. That's an unfortunate aim duel to be losing for Mizzy again. Nor was low. And now the CT side, you can tell, scrambling a little bit, looking for info, looking for kills, looking for a way to peg themselves back into this round. But none of the aim duels have gone their way. And it relies on Zeph, who apparently can't lose an aim duel at the moment. I would not have been surprised to see him get that flick onto Cookie as well, but he's put to rest, and, you know, we might find ourselves with the 9-6 half.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great round to be winning. DGG have been picking themselves up some more rounds after their initial success, and that reduced their loss bonus. 16-20 Kings always keeping things close and competitive, and this is what I was talking about. Although the half did not start well for them, it was what, like 6-0, 7-0, something like that for DGG. All it took was that one round, and 16-20 Kings are all of a sudden in control of the later stage of this half and making it more competitive.
What's that traffic cone doing, Pilski?
I don't know, but there's probably a couple in Sydney somewhere floating down the river.
Oh, I'd say there's more than a couple.
Before.
Nice angle for Versa to play from. Need to be winning duels like that, and substandard weaponry here for DGG, but now they've got numbers advantage. Zeph playing in a bit of a cheeky spot. Starts to get a bit awkward for 16-20 Kings. They don't want to allow double digits over to DGG, but that's what's on offer.
Wombat on the off-angle line. Backed up by the two players from the side. Flash is going to put him onto the line, and in the meanwhile, 16-20 Kings sliding their way out secret here. Bomb's making his way over here towards the A side as well.
It's not a lot of time, Pilski. We are seeing Gump rotate off of the A side, though, which is a little bit unfortunate. A lot of util being sent into B. It's a fake. It is just Nor. Bomb's not going to be headed in this direction. And Mizzy, he's cleaned that one up. This is horrible news for 16-20 Kings. Now it comes down to the defense on A Versa. He will survive for long enough to get himself a kill, and Gump's here as well. There's just kills all over the place. MP9's danger. And in the end, DGG, they get the round victory. They get double digits. 10-5 is the scoreline at the end of the half.
Pretty good performance, I have to say, for the most part out of 16-20 Kings. Just their overall structure was always putting them in positions to threaten, to be dangerous, and the way they were working the map made a lot of sense in terms of the macros, but in terms of the aim duels and the micro factors, that's where the talent of DGG is really shining through a little bit. Some of the chemistry and the players playing off of each other. Doing wonders. DGG now on their T side though. On a map that I don't think we've seen them play an official on yet, so we'll see how they go.
I mean, I guess that is a factor, isn't it? I don't know that we're going to be seeing Zeph have as easy of a time with the AWP on the T side of Vertigo as what he was on the CT side. We'll have to work a little bit harder to find that impact. Nice taps there from Nor. Decent trade from Mizzy, though.
Sandbags and sight set up. You got the flash ready on Cheeseball to send Cookie onto an angle.
They don't have anything to clear sandbags out. Oh no, I lie. Your Wombat is holding on to a Molotov. Surely that's just got to get tossed in. Well, Mizzy's going to check it anyway, and Cookie was not prepared for that. Bit of a drive-by this time from Mizzy. He is not messing around on this pistol either. Has run out of bullets though, so he's just going to have to back off and reload, but looking for script through that smoke. Inevitably, he'll fall to Forbin. He's just the man that's throwing chaos into the ranks of 16-20 Kings, throwing caution to the wind. Leaves it with a 3-on-2 for DGG in the post plant. Good spot to be in. Script hits a nice shot, but needed more than that.
Crosshair placement looked pretty good.
It did.
This is Zeph's world, and I think 1620 Kings are just living it at this point. Man's kind of popping off. Got the Force Fire here with the pistol armor for 1620 Kings. A lot of util. Keen to see how they're going to use it. Initial duel for Cookie. Catch one of these T's crossing over towards ramp side. DGG have thrown that progression smoke to try to contest scaffold, and Zeph is playing with the confidence. Making his way up there already.
Pretty reserved start to the round for DGG. Now we're starting to see a bit of util thrown in. Ooh, your Wombat gets completely caught by the flash. Zeph at least is able to swing for the trade, and Versa seems to have gotten a bit of work done on the other side of the map.
Oh,
Zeph not afraid of pushing in on his own, is he?
No. Playing very confidently, like I said. Even just looking to continue fighting towards this A site. Missy's actually the one to find that one. And DGG dealing with the force fight pretty straightforwardly. Lost one player. Now just on script to see if he can get any damage done. Maybe find himself an AK. I don't know how Gump's fallen off the map. And script doesn't either. Bye-bye.
Oh. That's unfortunate. These things happen on Vertigo.
I want to see it. One day since the last accident, or one accident. Yeah, you can see it on the wall over there in T-spawn.
Yeah.
This job site has suffered one injury.
I think that is a bit of an understatement at this point.
Yeah, it's a long way down. Yeah. Anti-eco now for DGG. I mean, 1620 Kings are just running out of time now. Really. Like, you can praise their macro all you want. You can say they're playing the right way. But like I said, when it comes down to brass tacks, you have to shoot people in the head. And they're just not doing that enough.
Yeah, DGG looking a little bit better. This one's going to be a toughie for 1620 Kings. I mean, not much you can do with just the USPs, but to go down 13 and 5, I mean, it's just pretty difficult to come back from that one. Especially when the money's not really working in your favor yet. I mean, already that's the first sort of question mark. Can you get yourself a solid economy on the CT side? And the way that DGG have been so methodical going through these rounds, getting their frags and, you know, not really giving any quarter to 1620 Kings, makes it hard to imagine that they're going to be able to get that CT economy working positively to begin with. And then from there, obviously, they're going to need to go on with themselves some rounds, and that's been pretty hard to come by as well.
Gump trying to keep the Galil under... filthy. Little pre-fire there. Trying to keep that Galil under control. Cheeseballs got his hands on it. Gump again, just shoulder spotting. Pop flash in there, and he's going to finish him off as well. 13-5. Good money for the T's. It's going to be a very difficult game to come back on from 1620 Kings on this CT side. The more you win rounds against DGG, their loss bonus is just going to compensate for the fact that, you know, they're dropping these rounds. Going to be putting more and more buys together. So the amount of gun rounds you're going to have to beat as 1620 Kings is pretty insane to be able to win this game.
Zeph not able to win himself the duel against Nor. So 1620 Kings have the start to the round that they would have wanted. Very, very spread across the map, DGG at the moment. Looks like it's a bit more of a pick and split kind of gameplay really than anything too coordinated at the moment.
Layered utility in here from the CTs. They found that man advantage. They want to stop DGG taking scaffold and ramp so that they can set up an AXX, but as soon as those mollies are done, see Wombat throws his molly in towards secret side. Gonna start contesting that part of the map.
Oh, this is a lot of territory gained for free from the T side, and that is unfortunate timing for Cookie. Normal fall as well. Gump has struck just when it's been required. Molotov to go in here from Mizzy as well. It should allow the bomb plant to go down safely, and the tables turn very quickly indeed. That was looking like a great round for 16-20 Kings, but Gump just found that timing to perfection. He really threaded the needle. Now all of that util coming down from the T side to keep 16-20 at bay and give time for Versa to make this long rotate over from the B side of the map. He's going to be there, it looks like, just in time. Maybe he's not even going to be required, though, because Mizzy has it on lockdown. Headshot onto Forvin, hiding inside of that smoke. Nowhere to go for 16-20 Kings, and Versa completes the wrap and the round. 14 up for DGG, and now just 2 rounds away from finishing Vertigo off in their favor.
Money's a bit cooked yet again for 16-20 Kings. They're going to half buy it and let OT go by the wayside. This game is like nigh unwinnable at this point. Current state of the economy and the way that it works.
Yep. And DGG is not exactly the team that's going to give you the opportunity to come back into this side, so...
Yeah, well, that's a good start. Winning a half buy would probably be step one on a long road.
I was going to say, Zeph has been pretty eager to take the early fights in a lot of these rounds, though. He has been winning a lot of them, but...
AK for Cheeseball, who is going to be first contact over towards this A side. Probably needs to be the man to make something happen.
Son said he wins the race. That is the mantra that DGG has going at the moment. Not forcing anything untoward. A little bit of progress up through scaffold now for a couple of the members. And you have Gump just watching the rest of ramp. So now that the smokes come in, they'll be able to make their way into the bomb site. Really, a lot of the onus here is actually going to be on to Gump, but this is a particularly difficult aim duel for him to win, if both Cheeseball and Script are looking in his direction. Tap goes through, Cheeseball gives away his position, Wombat for the swing for the trade, but now it's down to a 2-on-2. And again, Versa is coming from behind. Your Wombat hasn't quite bought him enough time, but again, Versa, he strikes. They weren't aware, or they weren't prepared. Look at how long this rotate is that he makes. And I thought for sure, they heard him, but they both just weren't looking. And so Versa gets himself another round win.
Well, 16-20 Kings is what they were saving for. Full buy up. You got that AWP on Cookie, and he's been looking good on it all night. Nice opening pick. 16-20 Kings. Last time they found that man advantage, just kind of sat back quite a bit. Laid in that utility, gave a lot of respect over to DGG.
Gump not afraid of taking the challenge, even though he was back on the AWP. I'm seeing the DGG players dropping here and there, and so once again we're going to have to see a little bit of a clutch coming through from the T side. Gump's very low on HP, and Versa's also tagged up. They may be left wanting a little bit for that 16th round.
think so too. I'm liking Cookie just sitting back on the deep line towards the backside A. They're just playing retake on that site. DGG gonna start executing, throw that wall of smoke in there. Try to obscure Cookie's vision a little.
Few tills coming down. Versus going to be given the duty of planting that bomb on the floor. And he's been able to do so quite successfully. Now the owner swings back on to 16-20 Kings.
Don't mind the positioning from Versa and Gump, to be honest.
You know what? Your Wombat definitely put in a position to try and clutch this one out if necessary. Gump, he won't be happy with that. That's a pretty crucial miss for him, but it seems like Versa's getting the job done himself. We said it was your Wombat that needed to clutch, but maybe it won't be. In the end, it does come down to that one-on-one, and he will win it out. And DGG pick up the first map in a very convincing fashion, 16-5. They don't look overly excited about it. I think they've still got a bit more work to do, though, don't they, Pilski? It's just the first map in the best of 3, so...
Yeah, that is their opponent to that pick, though. So I don't know. I think that was 16-20 Kings trying to go a little bit wider on the strat book. And like I said, I didn't mind their approach, and the macros of their game were looking quite good. They were trying to do a lot of things in the right way, but unfortunately, they just couldn't shoot as straight as DGG. Got outskilled a little bit. DGG also playing no-nonsense kind of Counter-Strike and had a pretty solid approach, despite the fact that we haven't seen them have an official on that map. So... look, all things considered, a pretty solid game of Counter-Strike from both teams, but at the end of the day, DGG, just the talent and the depth that they have on that roster is not something that a lot of the teams at around this level have available to them. So,
yeah, most definitely, and we'll have to see how map 2 goes. But the scoreline is 1-0. We'll take a short break and be back for map 2 in just a sec.
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fiber Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
The Tarnished will soon return.
Extinguish thy flame.
They will fight, and they will die. For how else is a champion to be born?
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fibre Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup with over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
G'day, welcome back to LPL CSGO. We are underway with our first map of the evening. First map of the week, or first series, I guess, of the week. The first map's done and dusted pretty quick, Pilski. I only just realized, by the way, DGG and 1620 Kings, they scored a 16-5 there, DGG. And the first half scoreline was a 10-5. So 1620 Kings didn't get a single round in that second half.
Yeah. Even though I think they started 2 of those rounds off with man advantage. So unfortunate. I don't know. I just wasn't feeling it for 1620 Kings. It's clear that they've been putting in a fair few good results lately, but and I didn't, like I said, I didn't mind the macros of their game. I didn't mind their approach overall. It seemed like they were trying to play pretty no nonsense kind of counter strike. They had good structure. They were trying to run that sort of 1-1-3 and control scaffold and ramp. They had the player kind of pressuring middle and went over towards the B side of things. But yeah, they just couldn't shoot heads, and that's what it comes down to in CS. At the end of the day, you need to be able to, step up in the firepower department, or the other team's just going to kind of roll you over.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think 1620 Kings, they obviously are putting in all that hard work at the moment. They're working together as a team, and they're playing a lot of Counter-Strike. But when you put together a team comprising of some of the top players in the region, in DGG, I mean, it's always going to be a tough ask. We are moving on to Inferno, which is the next map in the pool, and that's actually DGG's choice. So, if you're not going to be able to win on your own, if you're not going to get the win there on Vertigo, and in fact you're going to lose 16-5 on it, then that's not an entirely positive sign heading into the second map. Not to mention the fact that last week against Dynasty, I mean, it took 1620 Kings a little while to get this one over the line, right? It wasn't a really difficult map. I mean, they did win at 16-10, but I do recall in that second half that we watched, it just sort of started to go a bit back and forth for a little while. So it's definitely a map that, we've seen some good from for 1620 Kings, but it doesn't scream to me that they're going to be able to come back into this series. I think, I'm looking at this one as being a pretty convenient 2-0 for DGG. I don't think they're going to have to put a huge amount of effort into it. They just seem to be all firing tonight. And, I keep talking about Zeph, but him as an individual with that all, having a fantastic night. Versa getting a couple of really nice flanks off, just being a bit of an annoying pest, kind of keeping 1620 Kings thinking. It all sort of seems to be coming together today for DGG.
Yeah, I think so. I think, look, at the end of the day, it's not going to matter too much about what map that you're playing. I think that, like I said, DGG are just kind of playing Counter-Strike, the game as a whole, a little bit better, a little bit more mechanically skilled. And I think Vertigo, that was obviously the 1620 Kings map pick. They're trying to get DGG out of their comfort zone. They're trying to push them onto something that they haven't played an official on. And it didn't really look like the DGG were that uncomfortable, to be honest. So, end of the day, I mean, now that we're moving on to Inferno, this is, every team knows Inferno. I don't think there's a single CS team, even if you put together 5 of your mates who have only got like 1 season of LPL or whatever league under their belt, everyone knows how to play Inferno. Everyone knows the macros of Inferno. And I think when that comes down to playing a team like DGG, if everybody's kind of on that even playing field of knowledge and whatnot, then it's going to be the same story over again, right? It's going to be 1620 Kings. If they can't step up in the fragging department, they're going to be heading home without a win.
Yeah, I agree. Obviously, not the place you want to be. Definitely. I think DGG, if we sort of bring that conversation in their direction, they definitely are a team that we expected to sweep through this bracket and thought that they would be able to do so pretty comfortably. It seems like that's going to be the case. I mean, I think it was you or it was other Mitch. I mean, I get you guys confused sometimes, although you are two very different,
the exact same. That's
different human beings.
I bench lift like 200 kilos as well, so I can see how you get it confused.
One of you guys said that you thought DGG might even potentially win this. So we'll see whether they can do that. That's going to be a discussion for somewhere down the track. For now, it's time for us to go on to Inferno and see whether or not DGG can win 2-0 tonight, and obviously put themselves in good stead heading into the rest of the competition. It would qualify them through to stage 2, and that's exactly where they'd want to be. That's probably where they'd expect to be as well, personally.
Yeah, I do think that DGG can probably win this whole tournament, considering the teams that are in attendance. Like, obviously, you got Vertex waiting in the wings. That's not going to be a team that you can take too lightly. But I think DGG, you know, they definitely have the capacity to beat teams like Vertex and Paradox on their day.
On their day. I think that's probably the key caveat there. Whether that consistency is going to be coming through for DGG, we'll have to wait and see. But off we go into the second map, and 1620 Kings, they're going to be hoping to pick the pistol up here, because it has been a rough day at the office for them so far. And a good start here on Inferno is much required, because we know it's going to be a real struggle against a team like DGG.
Got this banana control already established here for DGG. No contest from 1620 Kings, who are relying on a bit of a crossfire heat and body setup in the back of the B site. 2 flashes for Cheeseball. He could throw those over the top, up on top of the roof. Give some favorable angles to some of his mates, but it's not going to happen. DGG working the map elsewhere now. They've cleared out banana. Now they're working brackets. They've got so much information without really taking a single point of damage or using any utility.
This is a lot of map control, isn't it? They've just walked all the way up bracket. They walked all the way around arch side. You got 3 players over toward B. Nor and Scripts, they're going to try and defend from pit and balcony respectively, but I mean, they're going to have to do something superhuman to defend this site. Nor got 2, but that is not superhuman, unfortunately. And so the bomb plant's going to go down. 3 on 3 for the post plant. Definitely a winnable one for 1620 Kings. Do have the 2 flashes available on Cheeseball to send the lads in through maybe dig side.
Yeah, getting the majority of the CTs coming up in here, but there's a pretty big crossfire between site, pit, and carpets, and you're getting the flank through boiler now from Versa.
Versa's been loving the flanks tonight, hasn't he? Absolutely criminal what he's been getting away with in this series, and he's got himself another kill. Orvin has probably timed out of this round now, unfortunately. And Versa is there to greet him, but it's a little bit of a love tap back in the wrong direction. Still, the round will go the way of 1620 Kings, or I should say of DGG.
Not too bad to pick up a couple of kills at the tail end of things, though. It's going to give Forfeit a lot of extra money, which he's going to spend on the grenades. Getting the buy-in here in the second round from 1620 Kings from everyone but Cookie, who wants to hold on to some extra cash for an AWP in round number 4. If they don't win here. Initial contest in towards Banana early on here is forfeited by 1620 Kings. Not keen on fighting for that one, but they have found a man advantage in the meanwhile.
Man, the man advantage is nice. No gun retrieved, so still just back onto those pistols for 1620 Kings, and DGG are methodically working their way through brackets. They've kind of left Mizzy to his own devices in Banana to make sure there's no push or wrap behind. He's doing a good job of that so far. Nice flash. Forces Cookie away. In fact, the wrap comes back in the direction of the B bomb site. They know that there's been a little bit of that utilized already. And Zeph making his way through CT spawn is going to be another thorn in the side of the 1620 Kings defenders. DGG really picking the pace up now. Zeph seems to have got done himself. All 3 kills in this round for DGG have come from his gun, and might find another 1 or 2 more. On for the ace, but Nor is quite far away.
See if he can find an exit or 2, maybe pick himself up an AK. This time he doesn't go his way though. Zeph on top of that. Looking very sharp tonight. Quite the opposite of yesterday. Seeing the ups and downs in the spectrum of Zeph at the moment. Just going to be the save now for 1620 Kings as they look forward to that buy in the next.
Well, a very spread sort of approach from DGG in this round. Just trying to make sure that there's no pushes on either side of the map, but that might actually come unstuck a little bit because there was that stack in toward mid. Good recovery from DGG. Looked a bit threatening for a moment, especially when Zeph went down to 14 HP, but no further guns lost past the one that Gump did. And 3-0 the scoreline. Money is already looking very good for the T's.
Definitely. You've even got that Mac 10, but look on Inferno, you can definitely put to some good use on those maps. But especially contesting Banana, like this can definitely work. 16-20 Kings. Immediate smoke on towards that car side, puts out the T side Molotov. DGG are well aware that an AWP could be on the line here. Flash gets layered in, pushes Cookie off the angle, but he's keen to stick around. Second flash goes in, doesn't quite catch him, nor finds a pick on the other side of the map. Cookie strikes on Nana's side. A great start for 16-20 Kings' first gun round.
Yeah, I like watching Cookie with the AWP.
Every time he's had it, he's got a kill, I think.
Exactly. He's very consistent, and he's pretty quick with those flicks as well. So now for DGG, the hard work begins. Already lost a couple of players. Zeph has progressed quite far up into the site. Nice flash, that sort of help him out. In the end, though, numbers are being pretty impactful here for 16-20 Kings, and they're just being able to trade down effectively enough, which has left Mizzy solo. And he'd want to find 1 or 2 more kills before the end of this round, but maybe allowed the bomb there if he opted to go for it, which he did not.
Another nice shot hit by Cookie. He's got multiple whiteboards going. The knowledge is just flowing.
See what Cookie can do again. He's really trying to get involved early in the rounds, isn't he? And that's kind of what you want from your AWPer. Mobile as well.
Doesn't find anything towards middle. Going to start posting himself back up on this brackets line as DGG are being disrupted on towards Nana's side. 16-20 Kings have thrown that retake utility onto the half wall. Double nade goes onto the half wall side, but the 2-man boost on top of logs gives the man advantage to DGG. It's a good shot from Versa. How do the CT rotations start to shift from here, though? You're starting to see some aggression from brackets. Looking for control over there. Maybe try to inform themselves of where they can rotate, but it's not going to matter too much because you're already having DGG scale onto this big site.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the smoke comes down a little bit too slowly for Forvin. He was already outside of the site anyway, and DGG just layering utility in his direction means that he can't do a lot about it. 16-20 Kings have that awkward decision to make here as to whether they want to try to go for the retake or save. Forvin can't find anything lucky through the smoke. And I don't even see how you can really justify trying to go for this. It's just another smoke that's DGG. And now your Wombat has got himself a kill. I don't think 16-20 Kings is going to get out of here, by the way, because look at what's happening. Gump is already on the chase. Zeph as well. DGG are really just trying their best to punish 16-20 Kings now, and it looks like they're going to be successful in doing so. That is an absolute demolition of a round from DGG.
Absolutely perfect. Couldn't have done much better, honestly. Initial pick over the top of that retake utility over towards Banana side. Their pressure bracket. Keep the CT rotations honest and quickly back around towards the Nana side of things before 16-20 Kings can even react, and then you talk about that contingency alert. Stop saving, come in the hero AWP. Purchased by Forvin for Cookie hits the deck 5 seconds into the round. And DGG have full control of bracket. There's no way that AWP's getting retrieved.
Script with the Deagle. He's trying to hang on to the A bomb site. Can't do it himself. And now looks toward Nor. But Nor can only grab one, and DGG, they are slamming through these rounds now, aren't they? It's 5-1. 6 rounds in, and the last 2 have just disappeared.
Orbs back in Cookie's hands, though. That's a promising sign. Gonna have some players have to forego utility to be able to make it happen, though. Forvin Hero orbed him last round. It's down to the Famis. Mining is flowing for DGG. 4 players with a bunch of cash in the bank. Quick apps control from both of these DGG players, but they're getting disrupted by that Molotov. In the meanwhile, Nana control's being taken as well.
That's a lot of control early in the round for DGG. Mizzy, all he has to do here is just sit himself in the corner in Banana and basically AFK.
It's
The
felt
rest of the guys can work on A.
It kind of felt like that on Vertigo as well, though. Like 16-20 Kings, they play so standard that it's almost a bit stagnant, you know? It's almost just a little bit too readable. They're not really forcing out the utility from the T side. They're just sitting back, letting the Ts come to them, which is not always a good thing.
Decent start from Script. Bit of a tougher duel to win for Zeph inside of that Molotov, and Script actually progresses forward at brackets to keep an eye on the smoke. No funny business happening here for DGG. They worked their way back over to B. That was always going to be the insurance, wasn't it? If things didn't go well at A, we can go B. And now Gump's going to try and get up to some trickery. He spots Script. And Forvin dropped on B in the meanwhile, so that's not looking to crash hot for 16-20 Kings. Cheeseball, he needs to get it done here, needs to get this second kill. Mizzy has been spotted around the smoke. There's 8 seconds left. Your Wombat needs the frag, needs to plant the bomb, and he'll get it down just in time. And in the meanwhile, Gump is somehow beating the CTs out of A. He was on balcony, Pilski.
Talk about Speedway, mate. He's speed running this round. And now 16-20 Kings have to spend so much time clearing him out. He's going to start to hear these footsteps pretty soon. And Wombat's going to be able to play off that contact as well. Not going to be needed, though. The save comes out. And DGG, just another round where they're given full control of the map. This is, you know, not how you play Inferno. You need to mix things up. You need to mix in different kinds of looks and different kinds of control. Don't just let the Ts think that they can waltz their way through the map and take whatever control they want up through Nana and Bracket side, because that's what's happening at the moment.
Oh, nice kill for Nor to grab, at least to be able to keep the AK through. Oh no!
It's Pinocchioing.
This is not how you want to start the round. Mate, I thought Pinocchio only counted with the M4A1S.
Nah, you can do that with any gun. The orb's pretty long, mate.
It is. Hey, we got a Mag 7 kill in the mix there as well.
Good on you,
Love
Script.
to see that.
We're all big fan.
Wasn't the whole conversation around Pinocchio because the M4A1S buff?
Yeah, but it was always present for the orb. Oh, speaking of which, doesn't get anything done, unfortunately.
Yeah, but my assumption of it was, and I know I had nothing to do with it to begin with, so I'm really irrelevant in this, but
This is like third-hand Chinese whispers.
yeah, was that the M4 was short and stubby, right? And then you got the A1S, and it was like a bit longer, so it was like the nose was growing, you know?
Yeah.
Like Pinocchio's nose was getting longer. And that's why it was called Pinocchio.
That wasn't ever really discussed, but I guess that's your own interpretation.
That was my interpretation. I feel like that's a pretty good interpretation.
I'm not going to judge your art, Jordan, okay? Like, you know,
I didn't come up with it, so we're going to have to ask Mac.
God knows what goes on in that man's brain. Got another buy-in for 1620 Kings. I want to see them start to mix things up. You got the 3 men starting towards banana side. Cookie's going to set them on the line with the facility, and it is going to be a play where they're trying to take control, but already denied by Versa.
Yeah. Sort of just feels like a bit of a broken record. Groundhog Day maybe for 1620 Kings, where they continually struggle to start the rounds off in a favorable scenario, and even when they do, chances are DGG is going to be able to bring it back. Script will wait patiently and see what he can get, but DGG is doing much the same. Util is starting to be invested. But Script has fallen off the line right at the inopportune time. Comes back for the challenge against Versa, and your Wombat, but can't win the second duel. And that might have been a necessity. They know where Cookie is. Well, now they do. Good flashes come through, and ooh! He's hit a great shot on the Gump there. He might have a chance onto Zeph as well. Very quick flick. Zeph is chasing him down with the bomb, mind you. Knew that they had to get that frag. Your Wombat catches it with the nade in the end, and Corbin left in the 1-on-2.
See if he can be given an angle from one of these players, but the pit site crossfire is dependable as ever. Wombat's able to sneak out onto the off angle. And Forbin seems like he just wants to hold on to the AWP. Save that over for Cookie. I think he's bought him 2 hero AWPs so far this game. And he's about to deliver him another one, so good friend to have. Very generous, very nice guy, Forbin.
Is that how you would describe me as well, Pilsy?
You've never really given me anything. You've never hand-delivered me a thing in your life.
I literally hand-delivered you macrons last week.
It's true. I forgot about that. Sorry. But what have you done for me lately?
I guess I mean nothing to you. 8-1 is the scoreline. Look, I'm not sure that I expected this to be so one-sided. I think DGG, they might have had a bit of a slower night last night. And they have come in looking for a bit of redemption this evening against 1620 Kings. And unfortunately, for 1620 Kings, it has been them that has really had to deal with the full force of this DGG roster, as we know that they can bring to the table.
Yeah. That's a nice nade stack, though. Gets a lot of damage onto Versa and Mizzy. These are the kind of chips that you want to be putting down if you want to try to win a half bite. Not minding the aggression out of Cookie either on the AWP. Oh, there's no way he's got the way with that.
Cookie's pretty sharp. He actually won a round like this last week for 1620 Kings against Dynasty on Inferno CT side. Hero Warp. It's evident that 1620 Kings put a lot of faith in him.
Yeah.
He was the guy taking the Hero AK on Vertigo as well. Hasn't had really one of those massive rounds so far tonight, but you do sense that it is perhaps on the precipice. It's a nice kill from Nor. Look who's hiding inside of that smoke still. They will not be expecting Script and Mizzy sure to die. No, Zeph! Again. Why is he still watching it? That's what Script is saying.
Very sharp, very switched on. Fortunately, Cookie can't get too much done with the ult, which means that it's time for Forvin to pick it up and save it for him. This is getting ridiculous. This is like almost like the Cookie and Friends team, you know? Cookie gets everything he wants, and then a couple of the other lads are there.
Ooh.
Give Forbit the ult, mate. He's been hitting these exits like crazy.
Hitting exits is one thing.
Yeah, honestly, that's like a tale as old as time. Getting all the exit frags, and then you start to think, maybe I'm an AWPer. And then the narrator says he was not an author.
Zeph is just running it up Banana with an AWP, and you got the sense that he might have even gotten away with that as well. He was pretty on the money for that no-scope, but he did die just a little bit too quick. No second frag to come through for DGG. That smoke obscuring a bit too much of their vision. They've worked their way into Banana already through one of the smokes, and looks like Mizzy's not too afraid of working into Archside either. Gets a little flash to help him out. This is going to be an awkward angle to check, though. Wisely has not decided to pick it just yet. Oh! A little bit of a love tap there onto Cookie, who does miss the shot under pressure. And Mizzy will punish him for it. That's the kind of thing that he shouldn't really be able to get away with.
DGG sizing up this B site, which means Forvin has got a task on his hands. Fair bit of utility to slow this one down. He's going to drop the molly on front site. But he's effectively 1v4 on this site right now.
Well, hasn't been spotted just yet. Unfortunately, as soon as he does get spotted, he loses his head. I dare say this is going to be another one for DGG. Script has other ideas. 15 seconds left. Now that bomb plant has to go down. It's going to be a little bit awkward. Mizzy and Versa are low on HP, and Script is hitting shots. It's on to Mizzy. Solo now. Script! He got it done himself. Just needed Nor to play a body bag. What is the... Where's that round come from? I thought that was over.
That's just DGG. They've had a little bit too easy of a night at the office. Everyone's getting a bit lackadaisical.
Yeah.
And Script's thrown a bunch of banana peels on the way out, down on the exit, you know? On the way out the door after an easy day at work. Everyone slipped up. That does not make a map win, though.
No. 2 rounds and a half definitely does not. Zeph's burning alive in the molly. It's going to be extinguished by one of his teammates, though, so he gets a bit of a helping hand. See a lot of Molotovs invested early in the round.
Good
does
spam.
catch Gump.
That's one of the things with this A1S, man. Bullet Tracer, any Bullet Tracer fights between smokes and wall banks and things like that, always going to favor the CTs. Cookie doesn't miss those.
Nope. Actually looks like 16-20 Kings might be able to put 2 together, but they'll need to do it with a few guns alive here if they really want to make a crack of this half. Script is going to be forced to invest his smoke, and also sort of means that Cookie's going to have to throw his down just to get Script out.
Get this smoke exchange over towards the B side. And actually DGG just going to call the audible, go straight through it. Counter flash immediately comes out for Cheeseball. Just great protocols on this B side defense. It's a complete shutdown.
Your Wombat needs a little bit more than just that one frag if he's to cause some economic problems for the CT side. Cheeseball close with the MP9, but decides not to peek just yet, and Script also losing his life. This is starting to get a little bit costly. Cheeky peek here from your Wombat. Just doesn't quite expect that second play around the corner, and so in the end, only the 2 guns fall for the CT side, which is not too bad.
Plenty of money though, and another buy through for DGG. See how much of this half that 16-20 Kings can salvage, but I mean, that's really just been the storyline all night long. It's just been them behind the 8 ball, trying to salvage a half, trying to reset the money. Cookie being tested on Arch side. It's great movement and a great flash to be able to push him off the line. Smokes go into the Arch side. Now you're going to get this wrap onto A.
Yeah, DGG definitely not messing around in this one. They do have a little bit of a defense to deal with on this bomb site, though. Script has given away his position, and so has Nor. DGG should know exactly what kind of angles are open, what kind of angles are dirty, and where they need to clear. But so far, they haven't found any of those frags. Rotation was coming across, but it appears to be a little too slow.
God. Oh, the Arch wrap smokes into them going back to dig and just layering flashes, just leaving that one lurker in towards Arch side. But with how messy this round has got, he's caught with his pants down on jungle side. Is that going to be enough for the retake to be attempted? I'm not sure.
I don't think so. It'd be pretty ambitious.
I can't believe they just did that. They just did library and Arch smokes and then went back dig side. And it worked.
Oh, look at how far progressed Gump is as well on this hunt. Like DGG, I think they're kind of just sending it, really.
They're structured sending it.
Yeah.
They are.
But they are sending it.
They're sending it in a very orderly fashion. You know, they're writing the address very neatly on the package. They're stamping it. You know, they're using the right kind of package. I once didn't do that.
Really? What happens?
I don't remember. I think it still got sent. I think they just told me, hey, we got to repackage this thing. It's going to cost you money.
Scam?
I mean,
What
it's
can you
not that
say?
expensive. No, I won't give you a few dollars.
No,
Unacceptable.
just send it.
That really makes me upset.
Well, things slow down a little bit in this round for DGG. Not sure Mizzy will be too pleased with how that's panned out.
He's been alphaed by a FAMAS.
Yeah, I think that's another one of those ones where, like, in reality, you don't expect to get away with that every day, so... See what Zep can do. Ooh, prepared! He was. He really was. He was prepared for all three of those peaks, but... the third one, just a little bit too much to deal with.
Where did DGG go now? They've got bracket. Gump chilling. 35 seconds. Gump needs to use his legs, I think. Or is this going to be a fake back towards 8? No. It's going to be a... Yeah, it is. Okay. Nor's in prime position then. This is exactly what you want as this like solo A player. Is to take carpets for exactly these kind of situations. Oh, alright. Well, he's let the bomb go past, so that's a different story. Is it going to be a safe plant? It's a safe plant. That's a bit of a missed opportunity, actually.
Oh. Well, 16-20 Kings had such an opportunity, and now...
That could have just been a free round, and he's gone, nah.
Now it kind of looks
right.
like DGG's going to win it. Flash goes through from Gump. Versa just sitting himself on the site. Nice shots from Forvin, though, but it's onto Versa, and he knows where Forvin is coming from.
Oh.
What is that movement from Versa? He went down and up. Like a bunny rabbit. I want to see that again.
Forvin's giving this game a crack.
Watch this. Yeah, I agree. I mean, Forvin's trying his best.
He's been sharp, man. That shot on the pit player is not easy.
Oh, Versa. That smoke's going to have to go down, and you're going to have to take the fight. Nice raw adjustment. Forvin out of the picture. And Versa survives on 2. Somehow. Somehow it's Mizzy to die first.
3 on 4 now. DGG have won so many rounds with a man disadvantage, though. Gump pressuring out Carpets. It's a 2-man setup between pit and site. Door's got a much better weapon to be able to fight. Just have an MP9. But DGG still go 2 for 1 into the site now.
Well, they've won from this kind of position before, Bilski, and they might just do it again. Looks like it'll be a creep through the smoke. Flash does assist. And it's now Zeph solo on 5 HP to try and win it for DGG. Get them across the line to 12. Molotov onto the bomb will buy some time, but probably not enough. The kill, though, it will. 12-3 is the scoreline, and DGG, a very, very dominant first half.
Dominant first map, dominant first half of the second map. Just not missing a beat at all today. Zeph in particular, I mean, his HLTV ratings is going to go pretty bonkers after this series, I think. 5 armors for 16-20 Kings. So, not a whole lot of nuance going on here. Go shoot them. They are spread out in a bit more of a defaulty formation.
Well, that nade doesn't really do too much damage. Zeph is quite confident in taking the challenge down Banana. Oh, hello. Good shot onto Cheeseball as the smoke blooms, and Script is under a bit of pressure here now as well. He's trying to give as good as he gets, and he does. But of course, Mizzy's there to assist. And DGG, the fundamentals just kind of coming into effect here. You've got individuals in all the right places at all the right times. And this pistol round has kind of looked more like a formality than anything else.
Oh, no. See what I did there?
I saw. I mean, I guess I heard. Really.
Yeah, that's true. Sometimes you hear with your eyes, you know? Sometimes you eat with your eyes. That's what people say.
Really?
Yeah.
How's that work?
Dunno. Heard it on MasterChef.
The more you know. Tactical pause here. I have to take a guess that it's from... Well, I thought it was from 1620 Kings, but apparently it's DGG and someone's going to the bathroom.
Tactical bathroom.
Couldn't you just finish the 3 rounds? Your Wombat?
Named
Huh?
and shamed.
I think I see the problem here.
Come on, mate. How old are you? Hold your bladder.
It's not a very nice thing to be doing to 1620 Kings. They just have to sit here and kind of mull it over for another couple of minutes.
Oh, God. Back into the action, though. Has Wombat returned to his computer? I'm not seeing him purchase anything. There you go. He's here. It's good. I don't know. That was pretty quick. Do you think he washed his hands?
Yeah, I reckon he did. I reckon that was longer than just one pause, Pilsky, so he's gotten away with it. I don't know if Missy's going to get away with this. Cheeseball will not decide to go through the smoke. He's just going to hide inside of it.
No, it's an honor control for 1620 Kings. Very sneakily. Can they go for bracket? Not currently. It's smoked off. Top mid. 3 more smokes to work with. 2 of them are on the A side of the map. They're just continually refreshing that top mid smoke. So bracket is going to be a little bit harder to take.
Yeah, and it's going to be taken very late into the round if it is even taken in the first place.
That's their last smoke, Jordan, for 1620 Kings. They've got bracket, but they don't have anything to get to the sites now.
Just one flash.
It's on
They've
script,
got one
dude.
flash.
He's at Nana.
Well, that's true. I mean, he'd have to have a pretty good arm.
Oh, that's a
good
great
toss.
catch.
How much is it really going to help, though? Zeph with the FAMAS. Won't be too pleased with that one. The 1620 Kings will begin the wrap into the bomb site. Versa, a very difficult angel for him. At range with an MP9, but tapping away. He sort of makes it work. Your Wombat has the firepower, the punching power at range of the M4A1 to get the job done. And 14 is on the board for DGG.
Well, full save out of 16-20 Kings. Just haven't really shown up to this game. Pretty difficult opponent in the current form DGG are in, to be fair. And they have made their way into this sort of upper bracket of the first stage, so it's not like this is do or die.
Mizzy. He is quite fearless at the moment. I feel like Mizzy's kind of just like the guy that gets sent in to just get shit done, you know? Like, it's like, all right, we're just gonna make him do it, whether he likes it or not. I mean, he seems to enjoy it by the looks of things.
I think he's the ideal, so if anyone's sending Mizzy to do anything, it's Mizzy.
Well, the 15th round has come up. I mean, it's been a pretty standard day at the office for DGG, hasn't it? Hasn't really felt like they've had to kick into second gear. Haven't really had to do too much hard work.
Last chance saloon here. Pardon me. I'm dying for no reason.
That's unfortunate. Not a good time to be doing that, Pilski, because we are casting a game of Counter-Strike. And it might be over pretty soon, so you might want to keep your eyes peeled.
Well, got this retake utility from DGG on Banana, and they've got the man advantage, so I'd say things are going pretty well for them. They're even going to smoke into boiler side. Just trickling in those smokes to stop the bracket control to come in from the tees.
Mizzy, once again, going to just try and get a little bit aggressive. This time, the flashes do catch him, and they bring him unstuck. Borvin creeping out into bracket, also able to find himself a kill, and maybe it's starting to come together here for 16-20 Kings. Gump alongside Versa do have that crossfire established on B, but they're going to have to go back over to A. And we need to sort of rely, once again, on Zeph and Gump. It was Versa, excuse me, that was over towards A, and he wasn't really able to find much more than the one frag, so 2 on 3 for that retake. Make that 1 on 3. I reckon Zeph backs himself here almost. But the money's not looking that great for DGG. This gun saved could go a long way.
Definitely. This could be Mizzy's gun right now. Okay, that's not the mouse button you want to click usually when you're on someone's head. In my
I just wanted to make sure he didn't get Pinocchio'd.
Ah, true. Look at that chicken, by the way. Oh, he's been spooked. Run, chicken. Well, now Mizzy has a pistol. Thanks, Zeph. Thanks a lot, mate.
Maybe Mizzy doesn't mind. Maybe he's confident the rest of the lads can get the job done. He looks like he's the util man for Gump this round. Here comes another flash over the top of Nana. Gump gets a little tickle onto Cheeseball. Nothing to write home about. And inevitably, you throw enough bullets through the smoke and you're going to find something. So it's another numbers advantage for DGG.
16-20 Kings, gonna go back to bracket side. Zeph's here in towards Porch, and everything's going up the way of DGG right now. Cookie trying to dig 16-20 Kings out of a bad situation like he's tried to do for most of this series, but that's gonna be 2 pretty one-sided maps for the night, Jordan.
Certainly is. DGG pull off the victory, 2-0. Looks like there's a fan or two in Zeph's cam there. He's got quite a few fans, you know, watching along, just making sure he's having a good night. What's wrong, Pusey? You all right?
I'm a big fan of yours, Jordan. That's all. It's great to see you on the broadcast. That's all.
I know. I mean, I'm looking fantastic at the moment. HD, you know how it is, working from home. Yeah, look, end of the day, I think DGG, we sort of had our expectation coming into that one that they were going to be the favorite team. I did give 1620 Kings a bit of a positive rap at the start of that series. I said I thought that there might be a degree of competitiveness in that one. I liked the veto that they got, at least the theory behind it, but it just didn't seem to be their night. And sometimes that's just how it is, right? You have all the best intentions, but it's just not coming together on the night, and that's just how it is. So, unfortunate for 1620 Kings, but very fortunate indeed for DGG, and fortunate for us. We have Mizzy on the line to have a chat. Always like to have a catch up with you, Mizzy. I feel like it happens like once a week nowadays, so that's pretty good.
Yeah, you get to talk to us every now and then, so keep you in the loop.
Yeah. All right. Well, what's been happening? How did you guys feel going into that game? Because we were again sort of looking at that one as being a situation where you were the favorites, but I personally thought 1620 Kings might actually put up a little bit more of a fight than what they did.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've been practicing Vertigo a bit, and they just fell straight into the trap with that one. So this is how it goes. But I don't know. We were just kind of playing our own game. I mean, you probably just saw we just defaulted pretty much every round on Inferno and just got the kills. So it was pretty simple stuff. We didn't even have to do anything really. Had some good reactions actually in some rounds, but yeah.
Yeah, do you guys feel like you're starting to get past kind of like the initial stages of setting up the team and stuff? Because obviously, like if and I'm sure that the other teams that play you, it's the same, you know, if I go on your HLTV profile and I look at what maps you play, I don't get really a great sense for what your guys' map pool is. And, you know, you don't have like that many officials that you've got through since like, you know, the roster's inception and whatnot. So is that where you feel like you're putting the focus in? You're building like a little bit more depth out there? Is there a couple tricks up your sleeve for some of these harder matches, do you reckon?
Well, the thing is, like we've had to rebuild. Like I've had to rebuild teams so many times that I think I can just speed run like doing all the early stuff now. So it's just like getting all that stuff out of the way is like I feel like it's pretty easy, but I also might be skipping a couple steps of like going through it properly. But yeah, I mean, it also helps kind of having people that like have played high levels before and they've kind of got that experience as well. So everyone's kind of helping each other, like especially in game. Like some people don't mind like giving more like input mid round stuff. So that's kind of what you get when you get more experienced players. It helps a lot.
Sweet. All right. You've made it through stage 1. You qualified for stage 2. I think that was very much the expectation for you lads. The teams that you're going to be joining, Vertex, X-Fury, 8Ballers, and Overt. Which one of those would you like to avoid most, and which one of those would you like to draw at the start of that bracket?
I'll take a 8-ball. I'll take a Vertex or an Overt. I think Overt's quivering in their boots, actually. They know how lucky they got the other day when they beat us. And I think... Oh, it was in their qualifiers, I think, for the major. But, yeah, I think we'll sort them out next time. And, yeah, I'm going to avoid 8-ballers because they've just picked up Mr. Sharky, and I'm a Sharky fan.
Oh, okay. Well, that's news to me. Yeah. But anyway, I guess that's something we'll talk about for the rest of the broadcast. Anyway, thanks for the scoop, Mizzy. Appreciate that one. And goodbye, apparently. So let's see how we go, Pilsky, with that that whole 8-ballers discussion. I mean, Mr. Shark, was he... Oh, geez. I mean, that's going to be a big... Yeah, that's going to be a big one, I thought, because he was playing on deadweight. Anyway, we'll find out how that all goes right after the break. It's time for us to head to a quick one. Don't go too far away, although we are going to be a little bit of a while here. We've got about a 30-minute break or 25 minutes or so. The next game is going to start at 8:45. So do what you need to do. Grab yourself some dinner, have a bit of a break, come back in a bit, and we'll see you for our second match of the evening.
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fibre Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup with over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
The Tarnished will soon return.
Someone must extinguish thy flame.
They will fight, and they champion to be born.
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fibre Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon.
LG OLED. Unleash the power of next-generation performance. Get geared up for victory with LG Ultra Gear gaming displays.
Good evening and welcome back to LPL Pro CSGO. Has been a little bit of a break, but we are ready to dive back into our second match of the day. Pilski here with me on the desk. 2-0 for DGG so far this evening. Pilski has been a pretty solid night. 16-20 Kings didn't really feel like they got things going there in our first match.
No, but like we said before, it was kind of a do or die. It wasn't a do or die series. It was just that upper bracket game where we expected GGG to be coming out of this stage anyway. We think they're kind of contenders to take out the whole tournament. So contextually for 16-20 Kings, although it is a bit disappointing to not see them put in some more rounds and show a few more of their strengths, at the end of the day, I'm not too surprised that they go down in that series, and I'm hoping they can have a better time against whoever they come up in that lower bracket against, because I have been seeing some of their results. I've been seeing the fact that they can definitely put away teams of a cut below the DGGs of the world, so they should do themselves a bit more justice in that regard, and they have a chance to potentially make it through still.
Well, our second series might be something a little bit different and not expecting it to be quite so one-sided. Let's start off by talking Sanguine and how they're going to go in tonight's match. They'll be playing up against Deadweight, but focusing in on this Sanguine roster, we've gotten the opportunity now to watch them a couple of times, Pilski, and I do think that they definitely have their moments as a roster. We've seen good stuff from a lot of these individuals at any point in time, and you know, if they are all firing tonight, then it could be a win on the board for Sanguine.
Yeah, for sure. I think, you know, they've looked better and better since we came into the roster. I think the initial game that we saw from this Sanguine roster is maybe not a fair representation of where they're at. Saw some of the other players firing up a little bit as well. So if they can kind of have that perfect storm of the individuals getting going, as well as just playing some good, solid fundamental CS, then there's definitely a chance that they can win themselves this series, or even potentially progress through to the next stage.
I am seeing a couple of issues though, Pilski. You got Keo and Forlex. It doesn't look like they've got the made a bed buff. I don't know if you're a believer in that. I mean, I always like to sort of check it out and see. There are some players that have a really, really nicely made bed and some players that don't. What do you think which one's more OP?
I think not made bed is probably OP, because it means that, you know, you probably just rolled straight out of bed, hopped on your PC and started DMing. So
ready to dominate.
You're probably going to be pretty sharp.
All right, well, let's see how Deadweight is shaping up for tonight as well. Pilski did watch one of their games last week here in LPL, and I mean, look, it's been a bit of an interesting one for Deadweight because they started off so well in that series. I thought they were just going to run through it, get themselves a 2-0. Didn't end up being the case, and they ended up losing 2-1 to Bandits. The other news coming through here is that Mr. Shark has left the roster, which we found out about 45 minutes ago, half an hour ago, when we were talking to Missy in the interview. Looks like JKR is the replacement. The news is Mr. Shark is going to Deadweight. Deadweight? No, actually, going to 8 Ballers from Deadweight. So, I don't know. I think that's obviously a difficult sort of time for Deadweight to be dealing with a roster change, particularly if it's one that's been forced upon them. And I thought Mr. Shark was always a bit of an interesting player. So, I do think that's a bit of a tough one for Deadweight, unfortunately.
Yeah, potentially so. Let's see if they can, you know, put the pieces together on short notice and just slot a player straight into that role, or whether it's going to be a little bit more difficult for them. You know, sometimes it is a like-for-like replacement. Sometimes you have to shuffle around a bunch of roles, which can definitely affect your team quite a lot in the short term before you start to, you know, find some fixes and whatnot.
Well, let's talk individuals and a couple of players that we want to highlight coming into today's match. Pilski, we're touching on Forlex and Drox today, and these two guys were the ones that sort of felt like they did stand out in the last match that we watched for each of these respective teams.
Yeah, I mean, at least from what I've seen from Forlex, he had a bit of a pop-up performance in some of the other leagues the other night. We saw him have a couple of big rounds, even in the debut game here in the LPL league. You know, he did himself a reasonable accounting. He had a couple of good rounds. He's one of the only players that you still see sticking with the A4, and his spray on that is quite something to behold. He can definitely put together a couple of multi-frags and put those extra 5 bullets to good use. I didn't get to see Drox because I haven't seen his team play yet, but you were telling me that he was not doing too badly on the rifling duties.
Yeah, he certainly was doing all right, and I'm hoping that he's going to be able to continue that here into tonight's game. Let's talk about vetoes as well, Pilski. That's always important before jumping into the game. And just having a quick look across the list, it does seem like we've gone with the stock standard, the tried and true, Inferno, Mirage, and Dust 2. So I'm not sure that there's a huge amount really to comment on there. I would have liked to have seen something just thrown in, maybe a bit of a curveball here or there. A nuke might have been nice if we could have gotten that one through, but first ban away. So, well, I guess it's Inferno, Mirage, and Dust 2 for the rest of the night, isn't it? We've already seen Inferno once.
I mean, it is kind of classic at this kind of level to see these maps, even like this deep into 2022. You're not seeing that many teams get too creative with it. You're just going for the try to test a map pool that everyone's played for the longest time, even going back to like an age ago when I was playing. So not too much has changed in that regard. I think it's going to make it hard for these teams if they don't start to, you know, work on their map pool and adopt some of the other maps when they take a step up, you know, and play some of the other teams at the top of the scene. Because you see, you know, all these good teams, Vertex, Paradox, and whatnot, they love their nukes. They love a bit of vertigo here and there. So those are maps that you're going to have to get quite adept on, or you're going to be running into some trouble in some of these series against the better teams in the region.
Well, let's dive into our series for the night, the second one and the final one. And hopefully it's going to be one that delivers. We start off on Inferno with Deadweight and Sanguine going head-to-head in what is an elimination game. Very important for both teams to be putting their best foot forward. Obviously, a lot of question marks now around Deadweight with the replacement of Mr. Shark coming through as well. So, unfortunate timing for them having to deal with that, but it is something that they're going to have to get past, and hopefully they're going to be able to do it pretty quick smart, because I dare say they haven't had much time to practice with JKR, given that Mr. Shark was playing in this very roster just last week. So I'm sure that's all just come about quite quickly, and hopefully they will bounce back off of it. I didn't get the chance to ask you which way you thought this series was going to go, but do you want to have a crack?
I'm just going to go for Sanguine. I didn't mind what I saw from the other night, and I have to say, for Deadweight, it's definitely not ideal to be losing one of your players right before a series.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. I think Sanguine might have the goods in this one. But let's see. Let's see what we are going to be able to get. Forlex was our highlighted player, and he starts off quite fittingly with the opening frag. So that's not too disappointing at all for him. Certainly a little bit unfortunate for Deadweight, but they are actually doing a good job of just taking some map control straight into the A bomb site. Sanguine completely left that one open, and Deadweight are going to get a free bomb plant here.
Yep, just kind of circumvented the initial control. That's going to make it super important for Muffin to have some impact here, as he's the only player outside of the A bomb side. But meanwhile, over towards Dig side, Drox trying to hold on from Pit. Just goes 1-for-1. Jacoby tracked in small Pit as well. Neo is just doing absolutely everything with this USP, but you know, when it comes down to it, you still got Dalton alive on the site. That is sweet, of course. And he had that kit, so unless Neo, even if Neo didn't get that kill, I'd say that round was probably done and dusted.
Dalton is Swede and Kiki is Kyo, just for those that are wondering.
You ever seen Kiki's delivery service?
No.
You should watch it. It's good. Good Ghibli film. I dare say he's going to be delivering some nice shots tonight.
One of those animes, Filski. I don't really watch those.
It's a bit cringe.
Well, we have a decent enough start to the map for Sanguine. still holding on to a lot of their smokes in this round as well. So there's not really a huge amount of pressure being put on the CT side at the moment.
Well, smoke into the choke point there for Sanguine. Just trying to keep the T's back. Have gone for a fair bit of investment on the T side here. It's down to 3 flashes and 3 smokes across the board, so enough to be kicking off a bit of an execute. Starting to head towards the B side of the map where there still is a smoke left on Rain Styles, and you've got Neo with the A1S boosted up on the flower pot.
Well, nicely timed smoke coming in there from Rain Styles. Would like to see some presence inside that site to make life a bit easier for Neo, but he's not going to have that luxury. Still, he'll be able to strike, and he does make the mistake of just hanging around a little bit too long here. So inevitably does get his life taken away as well, but damage has really been done. Deadweight have a lot of low HP players. Dalton, aka Swede, back up onto the flower pots, but punished this time by JKR. You have to imagine, though, that Deadweight are feeling a little bit awkward about this one because there's still a lot of low HP players to speak to, and Rain Styles, he's doing a lot of work. Kiki gets in there with the MP9. It's just drops to try and deny this defuse, but he can't do it quickly enough, and Keo, he'll get the round victory here for Sanguine.
Might see this reinvestment now. One player surviving there, just with that MP9. Could potentially upgrade to an AK or a A1S, but at the end of the day, just one rifle saved across with the bomb plan for the T's probably indicates that they want to try to double down. And indeed, you're already seeing some investment in there. Some Galils and AKs coming up across the board, so you're going to continue fighting for this one. Big difference for Sanguine, though, is that you've got Keo on this AWP, and although he's been a little inconsistent half to half, when he is on, he can definitely be a difference maker with that, I've seen.
Oh, that's not really going to give him oodles of confidence heading into this one, but I don't know that he could have really done much about that.
Well, I mean, those are the kind of, like, rounds where, depending on what kind of player you are, that might just, like, send your whole half into disarray, you know, mentally. But, you know, I'm not going to read too much into that. Rainstar's got the ult now. Going to get smoked off on the CT angle. Molotov gets returned, and Clover just goes straight through. Does not respect the molly at all. This has created a pretty big spacing between the teams who have taken a lot of damage going into the site.
Yeah. I don't know. This is one where Sanguine will be looking to really retake that bomb site. Much more important to keep that AWP alive. Couple of MP9s that they've got, maybe not so much. Oh, it's an MP9 and an MP7, I should say. Look, I think it's fine. You just give that AWP back over to Keo if he wants it. Maybe he's going to forego that, though, because he won't be looking to invest in any armor here. It's difficult to hold on to the AWP here as well, although Rain Styles at least does seem to be pretty safe. SMGs won't be going through, though.
Where to from here? T-side fully invested up. You got Sanguine not letting this go, although there's a fair bit of money built up on Deadweight, which is kind of the crux of the issue. So many guns kept over means that even if you do force into this one and win, it's not necessarily going to be a hard reset by any stretch, especially if you get the bomb down as Deadweight. You can just probably reinvest. So you might see one of these force flies back and forth go for the foreseeable future unless Deadweight can pick this one up. Don't mind how they're approaching this one, though. Prodding apartments, taking some control of Banana. Doing a good job just working the map right now.
It's a little bit unfortunate for Sanguine that they've got that AWP over toward the B bomb site, and it sort of seems like the majority of this push will come toward A. That said, bomb is still on T stairs, so maybe I'm getting a little bit overzealous. Looks like they're going to go regardless. They're going without the bomb. They do have the insurance. But we are starting to see some frags come through for the CT side, and that gets a little bit dangerous when you get into the late round situations. A nice boost up there for Rain Styles is going to prompt another frag.
Kiki holding on from pillar side. It's a nice trade from JKR. Coming in and filling the shoes of Mr. Sharky not too badly so far. He's going to tap it. Anticipating the peak, but Rain Styles doesn't over-aggress, and now you're getting this flood in through main side. A lot of targets to deal with. He's almost out of bullets right now, Jordan, but he's used the last 4 very wisely, and he's got Neo as well. How has he just won that? He was getting flooded from Coffins, Main, and Nana simultaneously.
He got a team flash.
The team flash. Swede, I'm calling you out, mate. I'm calling you out.
That team flash has literally won him that round, hasn't it?
Oh my god. And that's massive as well, because that deals with the force buy, which would have been successful, and now it's the save for Sanguine and a chance for Deadweight to anti-eco and build up their money.
It's going to be one of those games. We've got the 5-man stack in the B bomb site here from Sanguine as well. Just going to be hoping that Deadweight sends it in their direction.
Don't see this one too often. You usually see the barbecue one. I guess these guys aren't a fan of a Barbie.
How could you not be? This actually might work out for them because Deadweight is sort of headed in their direction. JKR has that open hand. It's good to see. Obviously, that's what he was brought into this round, into this team rather, to do. But, oh, that's a scary sight. Gets away with it. Don't even know if any of the CTs fired a bullet. And he's seen them all, so he's just going to make that call to head into the A bomb site. And that's the round for Deadweight.
See if they're going to overwhelm Clover here. Looking like he's got it under control. Dalton. Swede's gotten a kill on the way through there. She's going to reduce his money as well. That takes an extra nade out of his hands, which actually makes a difference. CT side of Inferno. Definitely would have liked to have that extra couple of $100.
Better looking by coming through for Sanguine this time, and Keo, he gets his opportunity this time. So there we go. Off to a bit of a better start, and he'll be feeling a bit more confident after that one. Has taken longer to get involved with that AWP than he'd have liked to have after already having it earlier on. This round is shaping up nicely for Sanguine, especially if Dalton, aka Swede, I'm going to get baited by that a few times tonight, is able to clean up 1 or 2. He did have some backup in there as well. Oh, that's unfortunate. Did seem like Keo really had eyes on Jacoby, but just not quickly enough. This is good. Volleying Forlex off, forcing him to take that peak and ultimately resulting in a 1-for-1. Even if we don't see the round go the way of Deadweight, it's still a costly one for the CT side.
See if Neo and Rain Styles can complete this 2-on-1, make up for the 1v3 that was won earlier, both scaling through the smoke. Luckily, Jacoby runs out of bullets, I think.
Yeah, it looked like it could have gone his way again. Deadweight pulling off 2 clutches in about as many rounds. That would have been bad news for Sanguine.
Not an ideal way to win the round, though, Jordan. One gunner.
Nope. Yeah. It's not looking convincing from either team yet.
I mean, the economy is much more convincing from Deadweight. That's the difference right now. Although JKR are going to chew through a lot of that money investing in the AWP here, they still have a fair bit of cash in the back pocket of a lot of these players.
So there's going to be a contest for Banana, and JKR is waiting for it. He doesn't get helped out. No one had a smoke by the looks of things. He'll die to the Molotov. And Sanguine take control of Nana. Drops in the meanwhile, is going to try and get in front of that smoke. Should go down here, but somehow gets back out. Escapes with his life, and Jacoby fast down. The boiler is given a bit of a freebie there by Forlex, who just goes for the wide swing. Numbers advantage be damned. Sanguine are back into a 3-on-3.
Well, Deadweight trying to make their way in towards jungle side, and they found a great timing just as Swede gets off the line. It's going to be punished for that. Just Kiki alone in the site now versus 3.
Well, Kiki might be able to pull this one off or not. He's going to be chased down by Muffin. And Rain Styles, he's got a little bit to work with here in terms of utility, but I'm not sure how much of it he's really going to want to use to give away his position. Could take the gamble that there's 2 on the bomb site, and it seems like he's well aware of that. Now this incendiary really comes into its own. Moves out of it to the side, and he just knows where Muffin is. In fact, that molly did start to spread as well. And in the end, Rain Styles, I mean, he pulls off quite an easy-looking 2-on-1 in the end.
Another clutch round going the way of Sanguine, but again, the cash is a bit worse for wear on the CT side. The bomb plant gives the T's the ability to buy up into this one, but JKR can't afford to off investing in the AWP in the last round. They're going to go for it anyway. He goes down to a dig. So finally, we've arrived at in round number 8, we've arrived at the reset potential for both teams. Whoever picks this one up is good for 2. Start to separate themselves from the other team a little.
Yeah, Sanguine at the moment have that lead, but that can be very quickly overturned. Lots of Molotovs going into the banana. Forlex again with a wide swing, and this time pulls it off with the MP9. On the other side of the map, Clover's gotten the better of Kiki. It's just constant fighting.
Oh, there you go for Clover. It's the B side open, and he knows it. He's going to try and scale straight in there. Sweet able to punish him on the backside. He's thinking about committing in there. Does stop the plant with that pop flash, though.
Yeah, it's given Deadweight a bit of pause for thought. Swede's given the opportunity to take a bit of control in construction, but goes a little too far. One step too far. Gives up his life, and probably with that, the opportunity to retake the bomb site. Forlex at least going to be able to get himself an upgrade, but how easily can he get himself out of dodge? That smoke will just last long enough by the looks of things. Well, it's another reset for the CT economy, but they do take 2 guns through.
Probably going to be the half buy around those rifles. Loss bonus is probably not too great for Sanguine right now. Back to Rain Styles' double eco, so they might even consider a force around the 2 rifles, because even if they take a single save, Rain Styles is not going to be able to put together anything too fantastic, and there you go. MP9s, dig out. They do indeed force around the 2 saved rifles. They're going to give things a crack. Forlex would have liked him to invest in a bit more util, all things considered. Does seem like a pretty quick one straight through middle, or actually in towards carpet. Second mid aggression on the cards right now. Forlex takes the fight over there, and he's going to be good for 2 off the back of Swede's flash. It's a great start. It's exactly how you want to see these kind of rounds played, honestly.
Not if you're Deadweight. Not if you're Deadweight, when they really had the opportunity to start to push the issue against Sanguine, and now haven't really been able to grasp it. It's 3-on-5. I mean, it's still a winnable round, but guns are starting to look a little bit more respectable on the Sanguine side of the coin. They've got 3 players stacked over toward B, and that seems to be where Deadweight is trending as well. So I can't imagine this going well for the T side. Kiki does just overstep a little bit and gives up his life, but are they still expecting another 2 on that bomb side? I'm not so sure. Rain Styles with the Deagle gets a decent shot across, and now it's on to Swede with the MP9, and he's got it done. That's a fair bit of money going back into his coffers, and obviously an upgrade in his weapon as well. So that round could not have gone better for Sanguine.
Yeah, I think Swede's really the MVP of that round. Not only does he set up the initial carpets peak with that flash, but also the counter flash on B was perfection. Doubles up with the MP9 to kind of put the cherry on top. Put Sanguine in a position where now they can build their money going up against this anti-eco. Deadweight grouped up into second mid. You've got Kiki up on this boost right now. Molly going to keep the T's back for now.
Maybe it'll just be a waterfall out from carpets.
Yeah, that's
I'm not sure how that's going to work against Forlex with the M4.
Yeah, there's a timing they could hit here, though.
If the flash lands, they've got one to work with. Doesn't look like it's going to be utilized, so not too impactful. And in the end, Forlex is on for the ace here. He definitely wants it, doesn't he? Just jumps up and gives away his life in the end, but all's well that ends well for Sanguine, and it's a good thing he had that A4.
Sure. You could just see another great example of Swede's flash work there. Flashing over the top of the pit as they're trying to waterfall out. Give Forlex a bit of support if he needed it.
I think he had it on lockdown anyway.
Yeah, but in case he didn't, good money right now for the CTs is the main takeaway. Most of them 2+ K in the bank except for Forlex. It's going to give him an extra gun round should this one go awry.
Yeah, starting to see Sanguine kind of get on top of things a little bit. It was a bit backward and forwards, a bit back and forth for the first 6 rounds of the map, but just in the last few, now we're starting to see Sanguine pull away a little bit. Get to a bit more comfortable territory, economically speaking as well, which obviously is a big benefit. Definitely going to try and throw an A-take into the mix. They haven't actually gotten control of brackets just yet, though.
Good movement and util. Just get Kiki off that line. Sweet's hanging around up in jungle side playing anti-flash, but I think he has stuck around. Oh, I was going to say a little too long, but he takes 2.5 players with him.
Yeah, I mean, Deadweight just a bit tentative to go around that corner. If one of them wide swings, surely it's just a 1-for-1 worst case scenario, but they just slowly try to crab walk around the corner, and Swede punishes them for that. Forlex here in the pit, not going to be caught by either of those flashes, and he's just holding that crossfire with Kiki, who's ready to play the contact. Util does start to come in, but Kiki has it on lockdown. And that is exactly the kind of round Sanguine needed just to re-solidify their position.
Feels like they're starting to come away with the half now. Enough guns taken over in that one after an already pretty solidly built up economy. Now they get an anti-eco yet again.
Sweet. He's feeling it.
Love that set play.
And it's made pretty easy by the flashes.
Yeah. I mean, Kiki's set that all up. He's got the smoke from spawn to go a little bit deeper into mid. Double flash over the second mid apartments, and you just get the rifles bully those pistoling players. Don't mind that.
$12 rounds into the half. Can still lean either way. But obviously it's going to be a bit of a Herculean task for Deadweight to bring this one back to a respectable total, given the amount of money that's in the back pocket for the CT side. Clover's hoping this one's not going to spread, but Styles ends up dying, and there's a second frag on offer as well, because Neo wasn't expecting the swing. But with that said, once again, Sweet comes up with the goods. He just seems to really be causing a ruckus tonight. Making a massive difference. It's a great addition for the Sanguine roster.
Finally gets traded. She'll give Deadweight access to the B site. They still got to go back for the bomb, so it's going to take them a while to get into position, but it doesn't seem like Sanguine were interested in even really going for this round. They haven't budged an inch off the A site, and they're going to be rewarded for it.
Well, unfortunately for Kiki, he can't quite land the shots that he needs to. Now it's on to Forlex, who is going to try and play the aggressive angle, tries to isolate a duel, which he's able to do, and now has the chance, but good spacing from Drox and a great trade. Gets Deadweight the round. A bit more expensive than it could have been, though, if they would have just walked into B.
Yep. They don't have perfect information, though. They're anticipating those quicker rotates through Speedway side. They still get it done, but the job's not done yet. Money's built up a lot for Sanguine, even after that full investment. Still a fair bit of cash on a lot of these members. Quick challenge on Banana there. Muffin all the way up with a Mac 10. Kiki on the cross. Not quite quick enough, but Dalton is on the other angles. You can just see Swede is really taking over the game. I think he was at one point like 3 for 8 or something, 4 for 8. Now he's like 14 for 9. He was just been multi-fragging every single round.
Yep. He's a real pain. I'm not sure that Deadweight really have an answer for it. 3 players over toward the B side of the map right now for Sanguine already. Obviously, Swede is kind of playing that float role, but it looks like he's been incentivized to stay over on this side of the map for now. So Deadweight is going to find it very difficult to get into the bomb site. They have to get past Neo, they have to get past Swede, and if they do all that, then Rain Styles is there as well. All 3 of those individuals do chime in with a frag apiece, and into the final round of the half, Sanguine are looking pretty happy.
Can't blame them. They've really turned this around since the initial stages, where it's a bit more back and forth. They've won the majority. Last ditch buy for Deadweight doesn't look super convincing. 1 AK and a Galil, the rest of them down to pistols and Mackies. Nana control util comes in for Sanguine, and again, they're being pretty active on this A side of the map, peeking down brackets. Forlex with a carpets push.
Was expected. I thought he had that timing, to be honest, but Jacoby just turns around and watches it. First time in a little while that Deadweight has had a numbers advantage at the start of the round. No more points of aggression for Sanguine. But with a sub-weaponry buy, that's the kind of start that you need. Again, though, it's Swede that makes the difference. A 2 for 1. Brings it back to 3 on 3. There was an upgrade on offer. M4's picked up. Drox is still holding onto the Mac-10. Kiki's just going to keep himself alive for now in carpets rather than try and take that challenge onto A. And it looks like Sanguine will go for the full retake.
Just relying on that dig and bracket control for the time being. Before Rainstar starts to make his way over there. Still a lot of utility on these 2 players progressing up dig.
Volley into pit. It'll force the peek from Clover, and there's no one there to help him out. Drox watching the smoke, catches Rain Styles. But Jacoby and Drox both up on the boxes. No match for Kiki and Neo. And at the end of the first half, Sanguine will put themselves on double digits.
Good resurgence. I mean, it was back and forth initially. Deadweight had a couple of good rounds, but Sanguine, I mean, after, what was that, like round number 7 or 8, that second half of the first half, if that makes sense, was all their way. Like, they just won almost every single round once they got that CT economy under control.
Pistol round here, an important one for Deadweight. Need to get off on the right foot on the CT side. Clover has already caught Forlex. Has not seen that second player. Not sure exactly what the intentions of Sanguine are here right now, but bomb's trending back over toward the B bomb site, so that might be an indication.
Smoke being dropped over. Swede's going to send the boys in with the well-timed flash if possible. No util for the CTs, and it's only a 2-man setup here against 4 on B.
JKR starting well with that USP. Does have the backup, but he's going to need it. You can see those T's rolling into the site. They've got some vengeance. Swede and Rain Styles, the last 2 to survive. We'll try and chase Drox down, try and equalize those numbers before the bomb does get planted, but no chance there. So we find ourselves in that post plant. No util to get Deadweight back into this bomb site, but Swede out in no man's land, given a lifeline. Same opportunity not offered over to Rain Styles, and in the end, Drox gets it done. Almost a must-win pistol for Deadweight if they wanted to pick up the round and pick up the map. They've been able to pull it off.
It's a good retake. Bomb plant, though, is always dangerous territory. can get those forces in there, AKs dropped over, or even just investing in Galils. We'll see which route they want to go for. It is just the path of least resistance, actually, for Sanguine. They're backing themselves in the gun rounds. That's what this tells you. So, Just Eagles invested in. They're looking for a couple of kills in this round and then fully invest in the next one.
Well, JKR with the scout. Just keeping an eye on mid, and that is where Sanguine are headed. Oh, already copying the bink. It was Swede again. He just seems to be hitting everything at the moment, but the nade lands on his head. He's got no armor. It's an easy kill. That one, not quite so much, but well done from Neo to get the trade. Drox tucking himself away in the cutout. Put that pop flash out into mid again, and not going to help him out. Brainstyles has found the timing onto Jacoby as well, but the shots do go a little bit wide. Oh, he's pumped after that one.
Just happy to be alive. Very excited to win that anti-eco. Which, in Oceania, I can't blame you. 5 MP9s. Against a full AK buy. We'll see how this goes. It's all going to be about the angles of engagement for these MP9s and how the CTs use their utility and timings.
I mean, definitely could get it done, couldn't it? You'll need to find some positive aim duels, though.
They're not being aggressive at all, though. They're sitting in very sort of standard defaulty kind of positions. This aggression on dig side is the only position where they're doing it. All right, they're gonna run this port shut up, I guess.
Could definitely work if Drox is able to play off JKR's contact. Here comes the push though from Sanguine. We'll get to find out. Could have gone better. Jacoby, he's going to try and salvage it. He's got the bink onto Neo. Oh, what a spin. What a turnaround. What a 180. The Eagle comes out and Jacoby, maybe it's time to fire up. Let's see what happens here. Muffin out from Library. 50 seconds, I think. Deadweight have won the round.
No doubt. No HP for Neo. No control of the bomb. He's going to try to wrap around. Nope. Knows he probably doesn't have time, realistically. Can he slide onto this off angle? I think he might have just made it around. That catches Muffin's unaware. But not Clover. Good protocols in from Deadweight. Just that two-man setup, walking around hand in hand.
What was that flick from Jacoby?
He's broken
was it a
his
flick
wrist.
or a turn? Yeah. I think that wins them the round. I mean, that should never happen.
Well,
oh, well.
They get it done, and now they get to reap the benefits. Anti-eco for them. They gotta put it away more cleanly this time, though. Looks like it's going to be a timing on that waterfall out carpets.
Off we go here for Sanguine again, trying to get something done with just the pistols. Shots do end up connecting on Drox after a little bit of effort. But Jacoby is doing a good job of locking things down from the pit. He's only got a couple of players left to deal with, and his rotators have started to come across and cause some problems. Neo is doing the same, actually. I don't know how these T's are still alive. What is happening? Eventually, Neo will fall. But I feel like this round should have been over 5 seconds ago, 10 seconds ago.
3 alive, though. Pretty even result for both teams. You take 2 guns out of the hands of the CTs. It's better than nothing, but it's not catastrophic. Pretty close game, though. 10-9 now. Not a whole lot of money built up on either side, so it can still go either way, really. Get that deeper smoke in middle. This time from Deadweight. Does seem like Swede wants to take the challenge on Banana. He's been able to push Muffin off the line. Some great map control.
Full control. Sandbags is theirs. But what do they do with it? Maybe Kiki gonna slow walk out with the AWP. Maybe he's gonna get boosted up. You won't be seeing anything on this angle.
Got that front sight smoke. Pressuring the utility, like getting that banana control so quickly. Oh, that's not good. They've overlapped their smokes dead weight on B. That's a nice mid-round push from Jacoby, though. That might make up for it.
Having a lot of impact, Jacoby, on this CT side. I don't know what his scoreline was when he got into the second half, but I'd say it's been improved a lot. Sanguine are kind of scratching their heads now a little bit. T-side definitely has not gone to plan. Slow creep out into brackets. Does not amount to too much, and they've sent Swede once again kind of on that entry duty. He's the point man at the very least.
Oh, the rat. This could go very well. Muffin's kind of keeping an eye on from Ruins. But he just dropped the angle.
Oh, JKR gets a little bit antsy, goes for a bit of a wander and loses his life. Now Muffin inside of construction, still a bit of a factor. Rainstyles wasn't prepared for, and there's also a player on the site. How have they not spotted Clover? Swedes alone. Muffin is not going to allow that bomb plan to go down, and Deadweight equalized the numbers, 10 apiece. That was a bit of a chaotic round.
Didn't expect that third player. They thought that the player they caught in Speedway was the rotator. Then Muffin makes contact in Ruin's side, and they just don't check second orange. Great trigger discipline for Clover, really understanding the information that the T's are working with. Get tactical out of Sanguine now. This game's getting a little bit too close for comfort.
Yeah, I think they would have been feeling this one was pretty much done and dusted at the half, right? They had a 10-5. You think, well, doesn't take that much more for us to get this one over the line, but now it's going to be a real grind. They're on the T side. They have kind of kept Deadweight honest in a sense. You know, money hasn't ballooned out to extreme levels, but they've made it much more difficult for themselves than what it needed to be here.
Both teams, well, mostly actually Sanguine, now that I think about it. A little bit lackluster in terms of the cash. Don't want to be dropping this round. A lot of util being exchanged by both teams in towards Banana side. Neo not comfortable enough to hang around. Gonna start to see Sanguine making their way towards A for a bit more of a set play, but you see the two-man rotation over there through Speedway on jungle side. Could be a four-man stack on this A site before the exit comes in.
Timing here from Clover could be pretty good. Sanguine are just waiting for that perfect timing. Util starting to come across now, but look at this double swing, surely. Going to pull off at least a kill there for Clover, maybe some more. He does get traded back on down. Drox one with the molly, one with the AK, and he still survives on the bomb site. Forlex can't find him, and Jacoby covers off on balcony as well. It's a big round for Deadweight, and they pull ahead for the first time.
Yeah, they cut a bit of a corner there, actually. Just leaving JKR solo on B in the back of the site with an AWP. It wasn't even playing retake, it was just playing from the emo corner position instead of coffins, but that's something I haven't seen in a while. Just leaving your AWP solo on B. Little bit on the gimmicky side in terms of just gambling the rotations, but it's worked out beautifully for Deadweight.
Nicely timed incendiary coming down for the CT side, and Sanguine, they just opt to go straight through it. It looks like it should be a bit of a blender, but in the end, actually, some kills coming through for the T side, and they've gotten into B. I don't think that went to plan for Deadweight. Muffin and Clover going down, and now some guns in the hands of the T's. Locking themselves at the back of the site, though.
Trust in old reliable. Heaton plotting set up in the back of the site. Just more and more swings right now out of Neo. He knows he's low HP. He wants to try to make a play before he gets flushed out of position. Now it's all on Swede in the emo corner.
Well, he's not going to flush him out. Oh, and he could have gotten Jacoby there, but just a bit of a whiff. Might have made a difference in the round, to be honest. Deadweight, that was getting pretty tight. But they do go two ahead, and Well, if I said it a couple of rounds ago, I think it's even truer now that this is going to be a real grind for Sanguine to try and come back into.
Big investment though. That was just a half bite. So they get a fair bit more bang for their buck out of that. Just taking guns out of the hands of the CTs where they could. Contest onto Banana side is bolstered by an additional player, but the HE nade damage is still just punishing Neo. I feel like he's been down to like 20 HP almost every single round. Retake util out of Clover. Going to be utilized. Swede ready to boost Kiki up on the line if anyone's going to take control over there, but it doesn't seem like the CTs are really interested right now.
Still a lot of time in this round for Sanguine. They have, to an extent, taken control of Banana, but they need to still have a little bit of peek into brackets before they do opt to go for anything too extreme.
There's so much util still up on this ace site, though. It's going to be a bit of a nightmare to attack if they want to go there in the late round, but that's not where they're going. It's going to be back to B, where Clover and Muffin, I mean, Muffin's still got the one smoke that he's going to drop at a pretty nice timing. But that's the last piece of util here on B.
Might just be enough, though. He's been able to crawl right up next to the smoke. He might even go into it if Sanguine tried to pump the accelerator. He's got the timing right. He's got himself almost 2 frags. The raw adjustment not quite onto the head. And Neo will be able to survive. Clover, big long spray down again. Numbers disadvantage for Sanguine, and JKR just a sliver away from being able to deny that bomb plant. But Sanguine have got it down, and I mean, at this point, they desperately need something, Pilski. They need Kiki to be hitting these shots. They need him to be finding a multi-frag because Neo, he's only on 12 HP, and while he's got that timing nicely, he's got too much to do now. Has to pick up that M4, but can't watch 2 angles at once. And Deadweight will go one more round ahead. Sanguine, they would have to be wondering what on earth has happened to this map.
Bit of good resurgence for Deadweight, being very responsible with their money. Get a pause out, probably from Sanguine, have a bit of a chat about how things are going. Gonna reinvest yet again. Feels like they are, although they're working the map reasonably, especially over towards Banana, they're still not getting the better end of the stick when it comes to the mid to late round. I think, like you were mentioning last, it's actually a Deadweight tactical, so they're just trying to stay on top of things, make sure they're closing this out 100%. I think for Sanguine, like you were saying, a bit more pressure on carpets and bracket would not go amiss.
We'll see what the adaptation is going to be off the back of the tac timeout. Bit of a faster play up mid. Swede's going to give it a crack here, but JKR, he doesn't quite have it on lockdown. Drox was there to help him out. JKR got out alive. That's fast brackets control for Sanguine. You'll take that, I think, for that 1-for-1. Plus the control of the map that the T's get. That's worthwhile. We are seeing Muffin do a bit of exploring in Banana. Hasn't seen anything behind those smokes, though, and that should be setting alarm bells ringing. Got the extra rotator over at 8. And that is Clover, who's going to be mollied out of position here. JKR drops. Actually, Clover still finds a way to have impact in the round. There's a thin angle that he's got to work with. He's going to get the incendiary down as well, just to try and deny the bomb plant. As Muffin comes across. Rain Styles, this is going to have to be a big one from him.
Picked himself up a smoke in the meanwhile. Doesn't have time to really throw that down on Moto, but we've seen that headshot angle work so well. Both of the CTs are just so low. He just needed one more bullet. But Sanguine just cannot seem to win a post plant.
They can't seem to win a round, Pilski. They came into this half with 10. It was a 10-5 half.
Another gun round. Full lost bones for the T's. Bomb plants on bomb plants on bomb plants. You got to give credit to Deadweight in that regard. They just keep winning gun rounds. Carpet setup this time, anticipating the change up for Sanguine, who have just been going banana almost non-stop and pressuring Bracket a few rounds. Deadweight are making all the right adaptations. They keep mixing up their setup so beautifully. Talk about that other round where they just left JKR solo on B. That worked out for them. The carpet setups worked out for them.
JKR, he's got a bit of work to do here, but he's answering the call quite well. The new player in this Deadweight roster. He's having a pretty damn good map for himself and not giving up anything.
Not even close at all.
As clean as it'll get. I think
Jacoby's having a great time.
He's definitely he is a momentum builder, I'd say.
It's very
for that
emotive.
roster. Yeah. But I think the opposite is true for Sanguine right now, and that, I mean, imagine what they're feeling. They've just lost 10 rounds in a row. They might lose 11 just to lose the map from a 10-5 scoreline in the first half. That has got to be a killer to any kind of confidence or momentum that they had from the first half.
Nade chunks 4x a little. Sanguine going to try to turn this Nana control into a bit of a B-site play. Deadweight playing pretty far back on Coffins and main side. Clover, there's no smoke actually present on Coffins. Most of Sanguine are dead before they even get in the site.
What can Sweet do about it? Kiki's there with him, but Sweet has the bomb. He needs to come up big here. Bomb's dropped in an awful spot. That's the map. Done and dusted. 11 in a row. Jacoby's pumped. Someone might need to calm him down because there's still another map at least to play in this series, but I think he's off to the races. We might not be able to catch him. He's going pretty quick. Deadweight, 16-10 victory after being down 10-5 in the first half. That is something interesting. You don't see that every day.
Yeah, I mean, being able to put rounds together that consistently on the CT side is super impressive, especially in this current economy. You're always seeing CT teams having to go down to the half buys or having been pressured economically and eventually broken, but they were just winning rounds on rounds, even when it was getting close in the earlier on kind of portions of the half. They were eventually able to get that economy under control and just keep putting buy rounds together, and their retakes was superb.
Well, Pilski, Deadweight did have a very good first map in the last series that I watched them play, and then they went on to lose the next two. So let's see whether or not they've worked on their consistency over the past week. First, we do have to head to a short break, but we'll be back with map 2 to see what they can say, so what they can manage.
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fiber Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
The Tarnished will soon return.
Someone must extinguish thy flame.
They will fight. And they will die. For how else is a champion to be born?
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fibre Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
The Tarnished will soon return.
Someone must extinguish thy flame.
They will fight. And they will die. For how else is a champion to be born?
Well, let's go. Heading into the second map here, Pilski. It's a bit of a strange one, this this series, to be honest. I'm not sure what to make of it. Sanguine looks really good. They looked like they were going to close that map out. I thought it was going to be pretty clean for them. Yeah, they lost the pistol. All right, that's fine. You know, maybe pull it back a gun round or two here or there. 16-8, 16-10, something like that. That was what I expected to happen. But Deadweight actually won 11 rounds in a row on that second half. And, well, they ended up winning the first map. So Sanguine, they got a lot of thinking to do.
Yeah, Deadweight, like, credit to them. They did very well for themselves, mixing things up. They were changing up their setups a lot and changing up where they were trying to fight and create pressure on the map. And their retakes were doing pretty well for themselves. So we'll see how they go. You know, you were talking about it before, how maybe they've had a tougher time once they've moved a little bit deeper into the series, even if they do have a bit of a standout first map. So hopefully that curse doesn't continue to haunt them. As for Sanguine, you know, we've seen them play a handful of maps, some good, some bad. I'm not really sure what to expect from them anymore, to be honest. And even half to half, I mean, that last map, two different teams almost.
Yeah, certainly did feel that way. Obviously, we've had some quick roster changes in for Deadweight as well. JKR, good performance on that first map. Let's see if he can do so on the second here. It's going to be another big one for him, being the AWPer for this roster. Mirage is on offer, and this is the map choice of Sanguine. So, at the very least, they have that to fall back on. They were not too pleased, I guess, with how things turned out there on Inferno. Maybe they can make amends for it here.
We'll see. I'm not sure who I really favor on this map. Only seen a handful of maps from either one of these teams. And did you get to see any Mirage from Deadweight last series that you got to watch from?
Yeah, we did actually get to watch them playing Mirage against Bandits, and they had a reasonable result. It was a 16-13 loss. It actually looked, I think, if I remember correctly, like they were going to come back into it after having a bit of a rougher first half. They looked a little bit better on the CT side, but I don't think they really gave themselves enough room. So maybe that's something they can work on here. T-side start for Deadweight again. Hopefully they can, you know, manage to pull off a little bit of a better first half than what they did last time, which was a 6-9. So not too bad, but I'm sure they'd be looking for 7 or 8 here on the T side of Mirage. That's not how they want things to be going there. Sanguine struggling. Muffin has found himself a couple of nice shots with that USP, and Deadweight, well, they have a 4-on-3 advantage.
Yeah, JKR gets swarmed on pillar side. You can still see Deadweight haven't quite got comfortable on the site yet. The CT still harassing them from short. Bloody hell, Clovers is hitting absolutely everything. It's all on Swede now. The back left side plant for him, so that's a nice little one tap as the CT's put a lot of bullets into him. I dare say he's going to go down. Oh. The last shot, surely. I was wondering for a second. Oh, he took like 6 or 7 body shots down to 13 HP, and then I saw that flick one tap from the Glock. I was like, surely not. I think that was like his last 2 bullets as well. We got there in the end.
We did. All right. Well, Deadweight do pick up that first round win. Don't worry about the Names up the top. It's all sorted. Sanguine. They do actually force into this round. They've got some Galils, they got some AKs, and Drox, he might have been caught with his pants down.
Ooh. Kill goes bottom con, killing a main. Oh, the bomb's on the floor where the T's by guns, and Jacoby's over there with the Galil. Ready to contest. That's a nice shot. 2-tap at that range. Definitely not easy.
Oh, JKR. He's having a bit of a look with that scout as well. Bring back the jumping scout. That would have been sick. JKR still putting in work with the scope, regardless of whether it's the AWP or the scout. And Sanguine, their force buy is kind of falling to bits.
Getting picked apart. They found that opening man advantage. Another tag from JKR means that this one's probably a bit of a foregone conclusion. It's just a case of whether he can take any guns with him. But 4 alive for Deadweight. They continue just their great play on the CT side.
That's something that they're going to be looking to keep on rolling. What is that now? 13 rounds in a row on the CT side? How far can they push it?
Well, see how this Palace pop goes.
I will say it's been good positive signs from Deadweight. It doesn't seem like they're missing a beat, even despite having some roster changes. Drox. Awkward timing. But Jacoby wasn't really properly checked. In the end, he's got himself 1 kill. And JKR from CT Spawn, he's getting it done on his own. A little bit of backup in the end there from Clover. And that's worked out okay for Deadweight. They do lose a few guns, but that scout probably should get upgraded. Looks like it did actually go through to the next round. So a scout and 2 rifles saved through. Full buy coming through from Sanguine. This is going to be the teetering point, but money's still looking pretty good for Deadweight. Even if they do lose this one, they should have a buy on the other side.
Well, quick smoke into window. And you are right, yeah. I think Deadweight, that's been their big talking point so far. It's just been their ability to build up their money over time on the CT side. Continue that consistency. Keep buys coming. Flash pushes JKR off the line after the initial AWP duel goes awry. To give Sanguine some space to work with in middle.
Ooh. HE Nate over the top does no damage basically to JKR. I'm not sure how he's managed that.
It's gone deep behind him.
Yeah, too far.
Yeah, you get the smoke into Con there. Refreshed by the CTs. Window smoke from Sanguine, who have got some mid control, but not really a ton to show for it. They're going to try to sit inside that smoke together. Shadow spotted for Jacoby. Surely that's a double down, and it is. That's bomb dropped in a ramp, and this round is just going to bits for Sanguine.
He has been so damn solid so far tonight, Jacoby. JKR as well. Drox, he actually opted to push through that smoke in jungle. I guess there was a molly that pushed him out. Now that I'm looking on the map, Keo 1 on 4. Muffin can hear those smokes. Scopes. He comes that for his team, but he gets the kill in the end on his own anyway. 4-0. Deadweight not putting a foot wrong right now on the CT side. They're having a good time.
Half buy-in from Sanguine now. They get a smoke into window right off the bat. And they got to get a smoke into market window as well. Clover actually flashed on this line and might be caught in the open. Going to drop a molly right in front of him. Muffin's on middle site, but this is a bit of a nightmare scenario. All of the CTs are so far away at this point. Keo is actually the one with AWP in hand, and he's already on an aggressive market line. This could just be a round for Sanguine.
That's the guy you'd like to see with the AWP in hand, because he is the AWP before Sanguine. Flash pushed him off the line, but there was no push through from Deadweight. They might have missed an opportunity. Drox! What is that? Keo's dead. Now we're back into the 3-on-2, and only one gun actually retrieved now for Rain Styles, and that is dispatched off. just when you think there's a moment of hope for Sanguine, now it relies on Swede. Deagle in hand, needs a 3K on the defuse already, and too much util. Doesn't even come down to any kind of aim duel there for Swede. 5-0. Deadweight, they pull it back from the brink again.
Just cannot seem to lose a retake. Even when it's like worst case scenario to start things off. Oh, initial AWP duel going the way of Clover as well. The double AWPs are in full effect right now for Deadweight, both of them posting up towards middle side. And Sanguine have already kicked off this round with a man disadvantage. Neo, though, working B halls. Nice gap in the smoke for JKR. They're going to maintain that man advantage. But this round is getting a little bit weird. Neo's got pressure on halls. But Sanguine still have to pick that bomb up.
Clover looks like he's walking right onto the angle, but does it nicely. Neo wasn't watching exactly where he needed to be, and Clover might have just spotted his shoulder or his arm or something. And it made for a pretty routine shot in the end. Not seeing much on this angle, but Clover is going to try to grab himself another one, and does. It is coming up perfectly for Deadweight in this round. And now Clover has full control of apartments. Rainstyles has all the time in the world to wait here. But it's not going to do him any good.
See if he can find himself a pick early on here. Trying to get into the site and chase Clover down. He's at least been able to do that. Drox is still on the line over here with the whole belt of utility being allowed to creep up towards pillar side. One player in apps. Shots missed from bricks, but you can see Drox had already gotten in towards that off angle. Unexpected.
Yeah, I mean, there was no real way for him to get off the site. They knew exactly where he was at all times, so it was going to be a pretty easy one on the retakes there for Deadweight. They'd be maybe a bit disappointed to drop an extra gun over, but end of the day, money's pretty damn good on that CT side anyway. Deadweight, 6-0 lead, so you can't really ask for much more.
See if these AWPs are able to get a pick before anyone comes out a ramp. Again, you've got this 1-for-1 earlier in the round, but Forlex is doing a little bit better this time, Jordan.
Yeah, certainly is. Good mid control established here for Sanguine, and good A control as well, but Drox is still a factor. And Muffin is coming across as well. I'll be surprised if they don't give this one a crack right now, Deadweight. Their money is very good. And Sanguine will not be too eager to reinvest in some weaponry if they do lose it. Timer has maybe just ticked away a little bit too long without a frag to make this one possible. Molly to go into Firebox isn't going to draw out any kind of a peak, but Drox, he spots Neo, who's just a little bit too sharp in this case, and now Muffin doesn't feel like he's got the confidence to win the 1-on-3. He'll go backing away, expects the chase from Rainstyles, and gets himself another one on the exit. So, a round win for Sanguine, finally.
Yeah,
but it's costly.
A lot of it off the back of Forlex doing some good work in middle there.
It was a nice bunny hop from Rainstyles.
Still just cops the no-scope though. So let's see if Sanguine can start to pick up some momentum and some rounds now. This is pressure on the CT economy. Going to need an additional round following this one if they want to try to give themselves an opportunity to break it. Forlex again. Coming up underpass, aided by the util from Swede. And it seems like Sanguine going to shift into a bit of a 1-4, try to find a nice timing out A as Forlex comes up con.
Off angle for Jacoby. Doesn't seem to have been checked by Neo, so he'll get away with it. Now he's going to get that molly down. And the smoke as well. Keeps himself alive on that bomb site. Really smart, wise play from Jacoby. Draws a little bit more attention in his direction before going down, but that's given time for Deadweight to come across. And those rotators, they're doing good work. Rain Styles will try to collect the bomb, but doesn't have his gun in hand. And Drox finishes the round off in favor of Deadweight. 7-1 the scoreline. The money continues to build for the CTs, and
yeah,
the pain continues to build for Sanguine.
This is what I'm talking about. Like, the ability that Deadweight have had to win CT gun rounds cleanly is worth its weight in gold right now. Because even if Sanguine get through and win themselves 1 gun round on T side or 2 gun rounds on T side, something like that, you're still able to see Deadweight reinvest and just continue to answer back without having their economy broken. It's very, very, like, overlooked, underrated, I feel like. A lot of the time, it's just players throwing away additional guns sometimes to pistols.
Yeah.
But I feel like Deadweight on the CT side have been very responsible with their money, and they've been rewarded for that. They have had, what is this, like such a clean streak of CT gun rounds, even just continue from Inferno onto this map.
Incendiary in early, keeping Sanguine at bay. They may have wanted to go for something a little bit faster, but that's been put to a stop. JKR now has full control of Palace. Not that he's 100% aware of that, but Sanguine are going to try and pump that accelerator into the bomb site regardless, and it's not really worked out. Jacoby did well to grab himself a couple of frags, and the rotators coming across have done a good job as well to help out, but let's see what Keo can get done. Unfortunately, grenade lands in his face. And 8-1 is the scoreline.
What you do is Sanguine here. Loss bonus is pretty built up. Could put a buy together with Galils and stuff. And they are going to purchase up. Doesn't feel like that was a very coordinated buy. Rainstyle's on a deagle. Hasn't even got himself a smoke purchase. Start pop flash in towards middle side. It feels like Sanguine, the frustration started to kind of bubble up and affect their decision making in game. Oh my god, how many rounds have they started losing the man advantage?
Yeah, probably almost every single round. Jacoby 10-4. Katie of 2.5. 9 rounds in, that's a number that you'd like to be seeing, but it's going to get a little bit worse. That's a good shot from Keo. Bit of a cheeky one. Headshot through the box, and we're back to a 3-on-3. So maybe there's something salvageable here for Sanguine. Keo's going to have to duck his head down. Does so IRL as well. I'm a big fan of that strategy too. Helps you to dodge the bullets. Muffin 1-on-3. Can he pull it off? Going back up into the window.
Creeping around here.
Oh, get your gun out! He doesn't know. He sees him! Oh, how's he won that duel?
He's got a smoke for the defuse, Jordan.
Yeah, he sees Keo as well. He knows exactly where he is and what he's going to have to do. Oh, no. He's just going to sit the defuse. This is going to go all wrong. Keo, knife out, not landing a single slash. And you could not write a worse script for Sanguine. Muffin a 1-on-3. How on earth has he gotten away with that? And it's almost bittersweet, the fact that Keo gets the kill in the end there, because yeah, on one hand you get the money, but why couldn't that happen 2 seconds ago? Is that the nail in the coffin, Pilski? Is that it? Is there no coming back from that?
I don't think so. I'm not sure. All you can do is laugh about it at this point.
Keo looks absolutely rooted.
Yeah.
Oh, he doesn't look like he's having a good time.
I think when the game's going this bad, like, you can't, like, you gotta just, like, make a joke of it, you know? They've just missed their window smoke, Jordan. If they get picked by JKR here, I'm gonna lose it.
Oh,
he got legged.
It almost happened. Well, that smoke is gonna end up going into window.
Oh, no. They've lost a pick on their VS. Oh, Kio's been legged. This game just couldn't be going worse for Sanguine.
Yeah, it really has fallen apart a little bit, hasn't it? Trox is in a good spot to deal with Swede, but I don't know what it is about that peak, but every time I watch it, I'll hold my thought for a moment, because Jacoby is taking control of the bomb. So you got control of the A bomb site, lads, but no bomb control. You're gonna have to fight for that one. Jacoby not actually going to be forced away by that molly, but is he aware that Forlex has crept into ramp? Not quite. This might be another one on the board for Sanguine. Important duels coming ahead here for Muffin and Clover. Both of them pretty much need to win their first if they're to win this round.
Let's see how they go. Muffin ready for the off angle somewhat. Bit of a raw adjustment to get it done. Two-man crossfire between default and the off angle.
Got a molly.
Triple.
Can Muffin do it again? Another 1 on 2. Oh, good crosshair placement.
Where are the bullets going?
Did he just get CSGO'd?
Where are his bullets going?
It's a good question. Almost looks like he didn't fire a bullet. Anyway, that's that peak from window into jungle. Every time I watch it, I'm watching from the jungle player's perspective. I'm like, oh, he's going to kill this guy. And every single time, the guy in window just, like, insta-binks him. And I don't know how.
Well, you're getting a save out of deadweight here. This kind of shows you how much value they're placing on the double orbs, and I can't blame them. They're doing work for them.
This one's not looking too crash hot for deadweight. Perhaps a little bit more of a respite for Sanguine in the later stages of this half. They may still be able to push this one to 6 if they really get rolling. It's obviously going to be an uphill battle from here, but if they get the third round on the board, which it looks like they will, they'll at least have a platform to build off of.
Guns being lost to the Deegs in the late round. See if Clover can take one more away with him. 3 up for Sanguine and 3 on the board. I mean, it's better than nothing. See if they can scrape any more rounds together at the end of things. Winning this gun round would potentially put the CTs on reset. Then you're looking at probably 5 rounds. It's not great on T side of Mirage, but it's something. Got to get past the double AWP first, though.
Not such an easy task. Got to get past the molly first, too. But it does look like Sanguine are more than committed toward this A bomb site. Smoke is going to go into jungle and into con. One's up on there. Or a flash, rather, popping up above the stairs. And deadweight. Some players on this entry. Clover, he wants to have another crack at it. Drox is there to help him out as well. Luckily, Forlex tagged down by Jacoby. And numbers advantages there for deadweight. They have CT control. They have pretty much still got site control. And that molly is going to be bad news for Sanguine. Apparently not. Apparently they're going to be okay. Keo, we timed it to perfection. I was a bit worried for a second there, but he turns away from CT at the most inopportune time. Whew. Deadweight get the round.
Another retake completed by deadweight. Double AWPs. Worth their way to gold for these lads. JKR, I mean, unsung heroes. JKR gets pretty deep on that B apps line pretty early on. A lot of info informing the rotates. Money's still a little bit lackluster though. Very resettable for Sanguine to try to get themselves 5 at the end of the half. Just scrape their way through it. It's got this 1-3-1 to kick things off. Sanguine working this mid control. Bordeaux setting himself up for this bomb duel, but both of the Orps find openings on either side of the map.
Oh, he didn't spot that player walking through mid. Sweet's been given every opportunity now. Work his way up short. We'll go into ladder room.
Gonna go back to A. Just that player in ladder controlling the rotations. Jacoby, this is the prime position. It's been aggressive in ramp a couple of times now.
Has been able to clear it out, and he's going to go one step further. It's a very nice spot to be, even if he doesn't wrap behind them in Palace, which is obviously an option still. But it's always nice to have that sort of second or third prong of a retake if it does end up needing to be required. Swede spots Muffin's head first. It's a really big pick to find, but Jacoby also gets information off the back of that. Sanguine, they won't quite know that he's in ramp. They have a suspicion that it's dirty, though. It's a nice Molotov to go in there to keep him from denying that bomb plant. Let's see if he can work himself a cheeky angle here. Walk in, maybe find Rain Styles by Firebox. It's all on the timing. He's made a footstep, though, and Rain Styles is going to peek off the back of that. That should be the round. Clover wants to give it another attempt. 2-on-1. Smoke into Palace. Rain Styles still hiding behind Firebox, but time really of the essence here, and I'm not sure that Clover's going to be able to walk away with a win here. Well done from Rain Styles. Sanguine still trying their best to salvage the half.
That was a big round to win as well. Could give them potentially access to an easier 5th. As I was saying, CT Money is really not looking great. Down to Scouts and Teagues. They've got 2 grenades across the whole team. So Sanguine, they can just wait out the aggression. Use their utility smartly. They should be walking away with this round.
Over. Ooh, that Deagle. He was on point. He was ready for the shot, but doesn't connect it. And with that, maybe the chances of the round starting to dissipate, although he now has got himself an AK, and Forlex is not going to win that duel either. This is dangerous now for Sanguine. This could be an 11th for deck. Clover is standing and delivering, buying as much time as he can for that rotate to come across from his teammates. Strock's now on short. Definitely going to be able to help him out, but Clover's a one-man army. He's almost won that round himself. 11-4 in the end, and Deadweight, they just get that one little cheeky round, the icing on the cake. Sanguine would have been hoping for 5. It looked like they would get it, Pilski, but not this time.
Playing a great game of CT side CS here for Deadweight. The T side is what let them down a little bit on Inferno, though. It wasn't a terrible T side, but I think now, you know, they're well and truly ahead in terms of the momentum game, and now you're playing T-side Mirage. Shouldn't have too many issues closing this one out.
Here we go in the pistol. Sanguine are not messing around at all, but Rain Styles and Keo, they're on the defense, and they're doing a good job of it. 3-on-3. Deadweight are into the bomb site. They haven't gotten the plant down just yet, but Swede was caught on that rotate behind, and that could be a big difference maker in the round. Good trade from Clover. Necessary almost. Still need to retrieve that bomb, and Clover, I mean, he's not afraid of anyone at this point, it seems like. 12-4.
Probably the nail in the coffin there. See how Sanguine respond if they are going to buy up or just take the single save for that 4 to 4.5k kind of buy. I'm going to buy into round number 3.5, so full save on the USPs, stack in the window.
What is going on? Bit of a traffic jam. Everyone gets out.
They were trying to stack window and they got smoked off.
It's like,
didn't block the smoke, such is life.
it's like you know, Parramatta Road here in Sydney when it rains. Bit of smoke, bit of traffic. Jacoby finding frags. What's new? Oh, Rainstar's getting a knife. That's new. I guess Drox came out of the ladder room.
Oh, the movement. Another sick hop. Rainstar's movement has been pretty cool to watch sometimes. That's cheeky.
That is. You get away with what you can in a situation like this.
It's a bit of a moral victory. AWP out third round is not too bad off the back of that knife.
and 4. Sanguine definitely running out of time, if that wasn't evident enough already. Sweet is actually still maintaining his position here in Con, but as the smoke fades, inevitably he does have to give it up, so a little bit more positioning given over to Deadweight.
Yeah, gearing up for this short B split. Rainstar's up on Balk. Probably needs to be in pole position to do the majority of the work.
2 for 1. Still good news for Deadweight. Every single trade, every single exchange they find themselves in, it looks like it's working well. JKR on a bit of an off angle was checked by Swede, but gets the job done. And Forlex and Kia are now 2 on 4. Have to try and make this work or ultimately go for the save. I'm not sure that the save is going to be a particularly easy task for them here. Drox is on the hunt already. They're going to be made to work to try and save these guns, and oh, Forlex almost awkward timing for him. Should now get out with that M4, okay. But one M4 saved through with the money looking like this for Sanguine. It does not paint a pretty picture.
Definitely not. Nightmare scenario. Deadweight, another bomb plant. Their money builds up even further. And not even one gun saved over. So now the half buy for Sanguine. And again, they're going to be chasing map point, series point this time.
What do you hope to do here as Sanguine? I think you're just hoping for an individual to make a big play. Keo could have been that guy if those deagle shots connected. Sweet certainly won't be. He's already out of the picture. How the mighty have fallen, isn't it? You know, Sanguine, they started off 10 and 5 first half. And they lose that first map, and now they're going to probably lose the second map 16 to 4.
Looking like it. And even if they don't lose 16 to 4, they will probably lose at some point. Like, CT side comebacks are so difficult. Deadweight are not only up 15-4, but they've got pretty good money behind them already. And even after that is burnt through, you've got the loss bonus to back you up on the T side, and all of a sudden every round's a gun round. They got to get through at some point.
Well, Deadweight. It might be right here, right now, where they decide to finish the map off. 16-14 is what they're looking for, and already a good entry onto the A bomb side. A bomb plant very quickly indeed. Swede is able to get one through the smoke. But I'm not sure how much that's going to help the situation when Jacoby is doing just as much, if not more work. And that rotation has only just now really come across. Muffin holding close in sandwich. Nice spot to be in. Difficult one to clear out for the CTs. He's been backed up by his teammates as well. Drox has gotten one, Muffin another. And Keo in a 1-on-3, which was a 1-on-4. It's definitely too much. 16 to 4, in fact, will be the result. And Deadweight bounced back nicely after a rougher first week.
Yeah, very nicely done from them. Super, super convincing in those last three halves. Their City side in particular, just super clean. The retakes always on point. Winning so many rounds in a row and just streaking away with the game and keeping their money super, super solid and super strong. Yeah, really can't fault them. You don't see too many teams do that successfully.
Especially when they've had a new roster change, right? JKR coming in, didn't know really what to expect from that. I thought Mr. Shark was a pretty solid asset to this deadweight roster, and the fact that he was gone, I thought was only going to be a negative for them. But I thought JKR actually, you didn't really notice him in this game, which is kind of good in a way. And when you did notice him, it was for positive reasons, right? He had a decent time with the AWP. He definitely didn't seem to be lagging behind at all. He seemed to fit within the system quite nicely. Individually, he had a couple of nice plays as well. So it looks like it's going pretty well for Deadweight.
Yeah, for sure. So they're going to keep themselves alive there. They're going to see if they can progress on and give themselves a shot at qualifying. Yeah, really, really solid performance to be able to take out Sanguine like that because, yeah, I don't know what's going on with them. I think Sanguine are a different team depending on what day of the week it is. Sometimes they're looking pretty good. Sometimes they're looking strong. Sometimes they're looking like they're having a tough time putting rounds together.
Yeah, and I mean, considering Nutty and Bandits are the other two teams that are still in this group, I think you could probably make the argument that Deadweight are still a good shot at actually qualifying through, despite the fact that they got knocked down to the lower side of the bracket early on in the piece. I felt the game from Bandits against Deadweight wasn't the most convincing of wins. Like, that was a series that could have gone either way. And Nutty Gaming, I obviously haven't seen enough from them to really make a call, but I just feel like from the eye test for me so far, you could see Deadweight winning a series against Nutty as well. So as far as Group B is concerned, I don't know that it's so cut and dry really as to who's going to walk their way out of this group. I mean, Deadweight, if they can bounce back off of last week's result, if they can, deal with a roster change coming through and have a pretty good game there today, by the time next week rolls around, by the time they have to play their next game, who's to say they can't walk out of Group B as one of the teams to make it into the next stage?
Yeah, I think like you said, I feel like any of the teams could be an outside shot at doing it. And I think, I feel like a lot of the teams at this level are not terribly consistent. So it's going to be who's going to just do enough to get through that stage. And then heading into the next stage, we'll see, if they're able to play some of the other teams as well, if they're going to be able to put on those same performances. But you can't argue with that. That was a very, very nice series from Deadweight.
All right, well, let's have a chat with a member of Deadweight. I believe it's Muffin that we've got on the line today. Yeah, interesting game from you guys. A bit of a bounce back from last week as well. Can you talk us through this whole situation with Europa? Obviously, Mr. Shark has disappeared. We didn't find out until we were interviewing Mizzy just after the last game. So what was the situation like there? How quickly did that sort of all come about?
Yeah, well, look, to be fair, last week we hadn't actually practiced any of the maps that we played. So we kind of just went into it and just plugged it out and just wanted to kind of get some team chem up. So the fact that we lost, we weren't really too upset about. And then we were having some team chats and Sharky got an offer from 8Ballers. And it was sort of like, it worked out for both of us, I think, because with my kind of RGLing and sort of style, I want to have an AWPer that can make aggressive plays and can kind of take over a round at the start of the round and also can hybrid with a rifle when I need him to on maps like Inferno. And Sharky's definitely more of like a really, really heavy, like when he has the AWP, he wants to have the AWP all the time. He doesn't want a rifle. He kind of wants to be like late round. He doesn't want to do super aggressive picks all the time. Like even like, because my style is very sort of like, I get the AWPer to make plays and do things. And even if it doesn't work out, the info we get off it kind of sets up the rest of the round. So it was a bit of like a clashing of styles with Sharky and I think him going to 8Ballers was probably better for both of us because I think he'll perform much better with the sort of styling there. And I think with Joker here, he's like fits what I want from my AWPer. So it sort of works out for both of us, I think.
Awesome.
Yeah, so how are you feeling about like the rest of the teams that you have in your group here? Like obviously you went down in the initial game after a pretty nice first map. That probably wasn't ideal, but now you're saying, you've got this different player in your roster. You just had a good series for yourself. Are you guys feeling confident about going through this stage and then heading into the next stage? You got some stronger teams added. Have you had a chance to play some of the better teams in the domestic scene yet?
Yeah, I think right now we're sort of just setting up our core maps and just trying to get the fundamentals down so we make less mistakes. And then as we sort of progress through the season, we'll have a bit more depth in our playbook to sort of make plays and like run a few more kind of set strats that are a bit more coordinated and less sort of puggy. So I think when we get up against these better teams, hopefully we will have by then actually developed our style a bit more, and we should be able to at least compete against them.
Do you feel like you've got some momentum-based individuals in your roster? I've been watching the player cams, and Jacoby in particular seems to be getting pretty pumped up when literally anything happens.
He literally like killed someone anti-eco, and he was like pumping his fist, like, yeah, we did get eco'd.
Yeah, I think like we're definitely like a mental team. So if our mental's down, then we kind of struggle to come back in. So adding players like Jacob and Joker, they're both like really like hype beasts, which is really good for the team because the rest of us can really get behind that. So having Jacob just pump us up, even if it's the stupidest thing, having Jacob pump us up just like helps us play better. And we usually will come back and like we sort of get on a roll against a lot of teams. So when we start feeling it and we start going for plays and everything starts to click, we play really good together, kind of like with our style. But we just need to keep that mental strong and we perform.
Yeah, well, hopefully with the games continuing in the fashion they are, then that mental will stay strong. I think we'll leave it there for you, Muffin. Thank you very much for your time, and best of luck as you continue on in the rest of the comp. Let's have a look at the Pool A bracket, Pilski, and see how things are actually shaping up now after our third day of competition. We have DGG, who have qualified through to Stage 2. They're the first team to go through from this initial stage into the next stage of comp. And 1620 Kings will be waiting for the winner of Dynasty and Kanga. That's a match that we'll be seeing tomorrow over in Pool B. Our first team eliminated is Sanguine as they get knocked out of the lower bracket here. And up in that upper bracket, we're waiting to see Nutty and Bandits again, another one that we'll be catching up with tomorrow. So some good games for us to sort of keep an eye on as we do head deeper into the week. Overall, though, I have to say, I think today pretty much went to the expectation. I guess, to be fair, we did both sort of say we thought Sanguine might walk away with the victory in that second series, but for me, that was mostly down to the fact that Deadweight had that roster change and the fact that, to be honest, it didn't seem like it. Do you know what I mean? Like watching that in the server, it didn't seem like that was a team that was dealing with a new AWPer. Yeah, I mean, Deadweight, well done, and off you go.
Yeah, I mean, so a bit like Muffin was saying, like sometimes you pick up a player and everything just clicks, but that's kind of like the dream scenario as well. Like if they're in that flow state and they're all working together and the mood's really good, then and they can play like that, fantastic. But like I said, a lot of teams at this level, even Sanguine tonight, it's about, for me, seeing that consistency come through and seeing how often they can keep themselves in those ideal conditions, and then we'll see if they can continue through to the next stage and potentially do some damage as well.
Pilski, I don't know if you've been having any internet issues today, but if you have, you can, think about swapping over to Orcon Fiber. If you do, you could get yourself a free Razer Gaming package worth $1,022 if you sign up for the 18-month plan. !Orcon in the chat if you want to learn more about that one. Obviously, for those of you who are in New Zealanders, this is aimed at you. And as you can see by my screen, I might need a bit of assistance in that department because things have been a little bit rough tonight. But it is rainy right now in Sydney, so I guess that's just how it has to be. Pilski, anything you want to say before we go for the night?
Not really. We got to see some great games tonight. I'm really, really keen to see what the final bracket of the next stage is going to look like, because I think, there's a bunch of teams you could make a case for right now. And, we're seeing a lot of promise out of all of them. Even some of the teams that don't advance, we'll be keeping our eye on them through the next couple of leagues and see how they go.
All right. Well, our games for tomorrow, Dynasty and Kanga, Nutty and Bandits. Give me your quick predictions. Who've you got?
I'll go for Dynasty and I'll go for Nutty.
Okay, interesting. All right, well, we'll see whether or not you are going to be correct. That is the end of the day for today. Thank you very much for watching. This has been LPL Pro CSGO, and we'll catch you tomorrow.